All right, I'm ready to try to do this again. This is the Voymonk channel, and as I've said from the beginning, refrain from doing that cliche intro and burst of like, "Hi, how you do?" "Hey guys," and I won't be doing that. Uh, so yeah, I've done a test now for this radio show that I'm conceptualized through my vlogs. And if you've been watching, listening, that kind of thing, you know what I'm talking about. This is my attempt to go at 4 hours now. I put another one of these up before that was done in parts. I did I think an hour, then stopped, hour, then stopped. And then I basically just looped those 2 hours to see if they would basically fit into my channel. And that worked out pretty okay. The only thing that was kind of funky about that was the fact that I mostly everything kind of pretty much went smooth except for at the point where I had to go to Clipchamp on my desktop, and I tried to condense it all down, and it literally took I think almost a couple of hours to do that. So, and I don't know exactly the real reason why that is. I think it was because it was 6.5 gigs, and I wasn't really aware of that. I could barely tell. On my phone now, I've got 120 gigs of storage on here, and so that's not a lot. But I have about, I think, 40 gigs left. And so, I was trying to basically see when I filled that, how much of the space it would fill up. And then basically how long it would take to transfer and then move and then finally get that to YouTube. And all that wasn't really too bad. Like I said, the only thing that was a bit of an issue was, like I said, on Clipchamp. It's kind of a bit difficult to transfer that and get it all condensed down and made into something that I can eventually put onto YouTube. But now, once I uploaded it to YouTube, it was okay and it was fine as far as that. But yeah, the reason I'm doing this now is because I actually want to go for the full boat, full 4 hours, see what happens, see how it turns out. Now, as I've said, if I get better equipment, if I get an opportunity to make some improvements, I will. And I'm obviously going to be looking to make improvements every single time that I do this, whether it's in terms of making less mistakes after listening to these as they go up. There's a lot of form and a lot of technical stuff that really goes into this. And for the most part, I think the idea that what you do is you just turn on a video camera of some type, you record yourself, and then you can just put it up there or whatever. Now I'm doing voice vlogging, and I'm doing this voice radio show right now. But for others who want to do vlogging and vlogs and that kind of thing, there's really a lot of options. When I first started trying to do this, it was back. I'm an older, and I've revealed as much throughout my vlogging, but I started doing this probably 2006-ish, a little before that. I've tried different ways, but I think I ultimately actually started trying to use, I think it was maybe about $100 camera that I could actually put some AA batteries inside of. And then you could record, I think, maybe an hour or whatever. And I did my best to try to upload that. I'm sure it was YouTube at the time. And it was really, really terrible. The audio quality is, believe it or not, as awful or as bad as this might be for some, and I know some people are really, some people's audio, some people are just really, really good at this for a variety of different reasons. As far as the production and technical aspects, that is not something that I'm great at, especially in this medium and that kind of thing. But like I said, starting out with that, it wasn't very good. I mean, some things, you just kind of deal with, right? I mean, I grew up, as I said, I'm in my 40s, so I've been around a little while. And so, I mean, we live in a time now where we have 4K digital televisions. I mean, when I started watching TV at all, there was like three channels at first, and four came along with Fox, right? So, I mean, there really wasn't anything in terms of accessibility when it came to, the quality that probably most people just don't even think about now. I mean, I'm not so old that I was around since, the invention of the telephone or the television set itself. My mom is, but not so much. I mean, like I said, I've gone through, but yeah, I mean, compared to her time in the 50s, and then like now mine in the 80s and 90s, and grow up in, that kind of thing. It's like, wow, things have changed quite a bit. So, but getting back on track in terms of the video audio quality, like I said, it was terrible. But I don't have a lot of money. I'm poor. I've struggled, and I understand other people's struggle as well. Trust me, my sympathy, empathy and sympathy. Empathy is when you have empathy for, circumstances that aren't your own, but you can project and you can feel or imagine what other persons are going through. When it comes to me, I'm sympathetic. I've been there. I've gone through all of those things that I'm talking about in terms of life and struggles and, all the wrong and right choices. I mean, we all take different roads and different paths through everything. And so, like I said, for me, I mean, explaining where I was and all that kind of stuff at the age, I was just like, let me just get my voice out there, because I started probably when I was 13 years old, and that's where I got the fire underneath me to want to do radio broadcasting of some kind of thing. But just like in anything else, just because you want to do it doesn't mean anybody wants to hear about it, nor does it mean anyone really cares. And that's going to be the biggest thing when it comes to anything, when it comes to what I would say is really entertainment. And when you think of entertainment, I mean, entertainment it can be a wide variety of different things. So starting out doing, like I said, with this channel and doing my video vlogging and all that kind of stuff, I started out with that. I don't even remember where I got that channel. Not channel, but the camera. It was a real, I want to say it's almost a disposable video camera. I mean, it wasn't anything beautiful at all. I mean, the video quality was, well, whatever it was, but the audio quality, yeah. And I like to have my fan going when I'm, like, I just like to have a fan. I like cool breeze or whatever. I don't know. So, it's kind of difficult to do that and to record I mean, there's a lot of technical aspects to it. So, fast forwarding to today, which was the whole point of going through that, is that, like I said, technology has changed. I've changed. This is something I want to do, but going through this testing and seeing what I can and can't do, throwing my feelers out, that's really what this is about. I mean, in terms of doing a 4-hour radio show, I haven't necessarily so much in my mind committed to doing this, like I said, on a, like a daily basis, like I would if I were in a radio circumstance, like a radio show at a studio, that kind of thing, or I even had a podcast or any resources for that kind of thing. But, like I said, do what we can with what we have. And, who knows? Hopefully, if someone's listening to this, And this, like I said, this channel itself is for me. I'm starting it because it behooves me, that, yeah, this is something I want to do. This is something I enjoy very much in terms of, for my own wants and needs, probably like most. Now, whether or not that's for everybody, I mean, because the $1,000,000 question is, if that's all it is, then why not just simply record it for yourself, listen to it for yourself, and why subject others? And that's a very cruel and very realistic look at things, but it's also a very truthful one. And like I said, this is my YouTube channel. I mean, I understand it. I mean, since its beginning until now, many things have changed, and there's a lot of people out there doing things that I'm just obviously not going to do, or not doing, and I guess that's okay. But you never know until you try, and you fail. But this is something I really feel that I can do. And obviously not everything for all people. Like I said, my idea of success is building a community and having this be something that if you do happen to catch this or listen to this, or maybe put up with some of the warts and all in terms of why I'm starting out here, and maybe it's something that you find fun, interesting, and like if you want to participate in, let me know. Send me a video, build a community. Like I said, my interest is just generally to, like I said, do this for myself, in terms of the vlogging and sharing, and that's what I love to do. This is something I enjoy. But as far as in terms of the radio show, this is something of more or less an aspiration and a dream, a goal of mine that I've had since I was 13 years old. So that's where I am. Here I am, right? And I'm not going to say that this might not be difficult in terms of whoever might be listening and stuff, because if you go through the YouTube, I mean, there's a lot of content in terms of what you should and should not do, where and when and all that kind of stuff of what you might do. And it's just like back in my day. I mean, we didn't have YouTube, but it was just like, go to the library and read. If you wanted to be an investor, you got to just take the time to do it. Had the umbrage to go out and search and try and figure things out and all that kind of stuff. And those are all, great ideas. But if I'm like you or you like me in some ways, I mean, I think we've all been through there. Like, yeah, someone will be talking, giving advice. But I think we all know that there's certain circumstances that are just really not going to apply in so many cases. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But, there's also that fine line between maybe seeking help and those who claim they can help you or think they can help you, but they really can't, or they don't. And, of course, most of that has to do with the fact that they're on their own journey, despite no matter what they say and that kind of thing. And so the truth of the matter is that access to many things and doing many things really does depend on a lot of different circumstances. And I would say maybe today's generation or today's life, not exactly sure how to word that, but I think it's a little bit better understood or at least recognized or observed for what it is, as opposed to back, like I said, when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s. And so, it's, I mean, you can really apply that to a broad range of different things, so, and I've talked about this in my vlog in terms of change, progress, moving forward, why some people get kind of stuck into doing certain things and never really improving or getting better at anything. Sometimes it's just a lack of perspective, bias, blinders, and we all have blinders. We all have, weak spots. But as far as in terms of improving, getting out of that insanity, and that's usually what it is. It's insanity, you know, is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, And so when people often, you know, think they want to do something, and that's an important thing, that's a distinction as well, is that you can think you want to do something, and then when you actually find out what's involved, the reality, sets in, and, you've maybe got to make some other considerations. And so, like I said, there's all of those things. I mean, whether it comes to just bad habits, to maybe even what it seems like disease and addictions and stuff like that, which, I'm thankful that that's something I haven't had to do as far as like alcohol or drugs or anything like that, which can be difficult. But there's many different addictions, food, behaviors. I mean, there's lots of different things that, that can move a life. And so the point is that whatever it is you do in life, whether it's something that you aspire to be and do something better and progress, or, maybe it's just advancing and accomplishing something that, you may really want to do. You want to do it, and maybe even you get through some of those hurdles that I mentioned, and still sometimes it just doesn't happen. Like I said, and as far as entertainment is concerned, doing a radio show or anything that people listen to or might consume in some way, that's difficult. That's hard. That's that's hard to peg, because I've gone to school for radio broadcasting, and I did that when I was younger, and I've learned the craft and the trade quite readily. Now, I didn't pursue it beyond that because it wasn't that I wasn't sure, it was just there were other circumstances in life that really kind of came up. As far as like I said, I grew up poor, so when you don't have those types of resources, and you have other considerations like family and really what's real, it gets tough. So, like I said, but I did learn. Some people might say, well, you spent money on going to school for radio broadcasting. What the hell's wrong with you? Well, that's what I did. And so, like I said, doing that's part of what's the fire that's under my butt is to, do my vlogs and maybe do this radio show if this second stress test works out. And, like I said, make these subtle improvements as I do both, and other things as well. And I will show my face and all that kind of stuff, and do some things that are more video in nature and stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the first rule is, when it comes to entertainment, is that when you're dealing with an audience, you have to know your audience, right? That's one of the first things that at least I learned going to school for radio broadcasting, is you have to know your audience, right? And the first parts of that is speech, right? Because you know, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. And of course, like I said, knowing your audience, who you're saying it to. Some things just aren't going to resonate, no matter who it is you're speaking to. And I think if anyone's listening to this, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know for a fact that, you know, how do I put this? If someone is telling you something that you're just not interested in, and you're trying to be polite and do all the things that are socially acceptable, the fact of the matter is it doesn't matter what someone is saying, right? It doesn't matter what someone is saying. The fact is, even if you try your best to pay attention or listen, and I have ADHD, so I definitely know how crucial this is, you're just not going to listen. You're certainly not going to go out of your way to purposely click on something and find something and, you know, and consume it in terms of anything. Much less, if you have to learn it for some reason, like you're studying something, or you're going through something in terms of like maybe someone, maybe it's just something you're supposed to listen to for whatever reason and you just don't want to. So when it comes to selecting an audience, when it comes to, doing something as far as entertainment, like I said, and I've got no background as far as success or anything. I mean, I'm on a channel, Voymonk, doing a radio broadcast with an iPhone. That's it. And I'm doing a stress test right now and trying to see if I can fit 4 hours in to where if maybe I decide I want to do this on a semi-regular basis or a regular basis, or see how far I can fly or how long I can swim, right? That's who you're listening to. So like I said, I give no advice on this channel, no preaching, no pontificating, no ideas of what you do. I'm just sharing and looking for others that share as well. And, like I said, screaming into the void maybe. Because the audience here, as I said, since the start of YouTube, things have changed quite a bit. I mean, there was once a live video, I believe is the name of it. And there's been lots of different things that have come along. The thing I think is very important, I think from a social and society standpoint, is that radio is just a medium for entertainment and consuming information as well, connecting and that kind of thing with other people. And I think the term social media, in the way that we all experience it now, it's completely different. Like I was comparing, like I said, television, right? From the 50s to the 60s, 70s, 80s till today. I mean, it's different. Same thing with social media. But ironically enough, I would say, at least in my experience growing up, we had social media. We had, people that absolutely would and did do things like, come together in different ways. And, whether it's CB radios, if you were a trucker or, you spent enough time on the road, you could talk radio. Talk radio was pretty big. It's no longer the strongest medium, but, before the advent or the real traction of television, it was pretty big. If you had a radio, you could just listen and call in and, engage in conversation and talk. And then, of course, there was, the telephone. And the telephone has been around for a long time, but the way that you used it in terms of, how you reach other people, whether it was, one-on-one or in a group like chat or something like that, you'd have to pay some kind of 1-900, fees or whatever just to connect people. And, of course, there's the whole motive and reason for doing all that, which, some people try to do it for a variety of different reasons, most of it having to do with some kind of bottom line if they were at all really the more successful rather than not. But, like I said, social media. And then, of course, with the internet coming around the mid to later 90s and then 2000s, it was chat rooms and Yahoo and AOL and stuff like that. And so, people have always tried to find a way to connect, in this world, this globe of billions of people that have, grown in that same time. People have tried to do something like this. And it's always merged, whether it's with television, radio, hell, even print at one time, once upon a time. I mean, there's been this. So, as the human condition, I think, demands, it's just, what is it all about? What for? Why? All of those things. And I think that's really what that's really what it came down to in terms of, as far as, if you wanted to be successful in terms of like radio, like a radio show, or you wanted to, I don't know, be successful in anything in terms of generating content and, that sort of thing. Or even if it's a more personal thing, like dating or connecting with groups and making friends, which, seems to be so long ago. I mean, I will be honest, I don't think I've ever remembered in the time then or even now really seeing anything that has to do with just, let's just make friends. I mean, Facebook, obviously, but I don't think that they necessarily pitch it, or I don't see any commercials or whatever. Well, I mean, I guess you can make friends, but you got to bring your own friends. You got to bring your own family. It's got to be based on people that you already know. I mean, the internet is definitely in and of itself one of those mediums, and social media, that's how it's developed, right? That's, like I said, making a website, making a forum, groups. That's all about knowing an audience. And the truth of the matter is that it's steeped in psychology. Some people would call that manipulation, and it is, I think. It's a way to try to navigate, to try to get what you want, and to try to get what you want from other people in some way, shape, or form. And of course, obviously, I think, again, the gravitation is more towards personal needs or want than anything else. I mean, whether it be relationships, romance, or it be for money, which is probably the most popular. Sometimes it's for fame. Some people who want to become famous and well known and get attention, like I said. And then sometimes it's just, at least for me, about at least making a mark in some way, having something to say and having something to build on, and maybe seeing, not by force, not by manipulation for me, what other people out there might be like in terms of similar to myself. I would say the last week or so, one of the things I tried to do with my mom, she's 73 years old, by the way, and she's lived a great and interesting and expansive life, but like I said, poor. A lot of money, not a lot of chances, not a lot of opportunities for anything. But the point being is that her experiences, I think she's grown up. My mom's white, but she grew up in a small town in Minnesota, and it's during a time when things were much different. Society was much different. Obviously, she's born in the 50s, so I mean, being a white woman, meeting my father, who was black, who didn't stick around or anything like that. I mean, he did stick around, but he didn't do the things or whatever. The point being is that she's lived a long life, but she's lived her life. So and the point I'm making at is that I wanted to explain a little bit more about who my mom is, as opposed to just saying my mom and having no reference or anything like that. But this last week, I was, actually last few weeks, I've tried to, because, she's kind of in the same boat as me as far as entertainment and movies and stuff like that. I mean, she's older and stuff like that, but it's tough to decide on a lot of different things. And this is really a first world problem that I'm describing and stuff, but just engaging into the world, like just watching a simple television or movie or something like that is whatever. But I've tried to introduce her to Star Trek and Star Wars. That's the whole point that I'm making, is that I try to introduce her into Star Wars and Star Trek. And I've successfully got my mom to watch every single movie as far as the Star Wars. Excuse me, sorry. If anyone's listening, it is a Star Wars fan, probably get a little something from that. No, Star Wars saga, the Skywalker saga, from the prequels to the original three, and then of course the sequels. And so, like I said, I got her through that, and she's 73 years old. Really tried to kind of at least make it something that could connect, because my mom is not a Star Wars fan. She is not a Star Trek fan. She loves cowboys and Indians type of stuff like the Lone Ranger and Wyatt Earp and stuff. And I've actually watched every single episode of that with her as well. But, like I said, only so many episodes. We binge watched them and stuff like that. We watched Star Wars. And we did not watch all Star Treks. The Star Trek ones I showed her was First Contact, and then kind of showed her some of the TNG that led up to it. So at least it made sense. But anyways, the entire point of this, I know it seems like I rambled on a bit straight from what I was saying, but excuse me, is that one of the scenes that I wouldn't say that I'm really overtly emotional. It hits me at different times. I'm not afraid to say I've cried. Of course I've cried. I think there's nothing wrong with crying, especially when it hurts and there's something really wrong. Like I said, but, I don't ever watch movies and have much of an emotional reaction most of the time. Usually simply because I can make that distinguishing, mark between it being real and fantasy, no matter how much I'm into it or whatever. But I can definitely imagine, right? I can definitely think. And so, like I said, I don't normally cry when it comes to movies or TVs, but in particular, one movie, Star Trek First Contact, that actually made me cry. Made me, as First Contact was towards the end, when I first seen it, and even afterwards and stuff a few times after. The thing that inspired me, and the reason I went on this rant a bit, is the thing that struck me as far as emotional was the fact that it was, even though fiction, the idea that humanity can reach across the stars, and just like our own human history, for better or worse, to kind of try to see what's out there. And sometimes I think people, just like with the mediums like social media, and this is definitely connected to that, and my point is that sometimes you don't really know what the hell is out there, and it's hard to kind of put into words sometimes what it is that you're looking for. But in the scene, like I said, in First Contact, and I was watching with my mom and trying to get her to, like at least understand, some of it and just share it with her. But yeah, it's it's just like, I think of all the different possibilities, and so much of them can be horrible as well. I mean, fear is definitely something that's, sometimes you really should be afraid. I mean, sometimes fear can keep you safe and, help you focus, but can also do a lot of other things. The point is, I'm not preaching or anything like that. I'm just saying, for me, that connection, that reward, at least at the end of First Contact, when, the guy comes out on the ship and they've never seen an alien before, as far as Zephyr Cochrane and all those, where Picard goes back in, I'm probably giving some spoilers, but goes back in time, and the first time humanity ever seen an alien. And when the Vulcan comes down the ship, they've never seen any kind of alien, and you don't necessarily know quite until, if you've never seen it, until someone comes out of the ship or whatever, who it is. And it, if you love Star Trek like I do, and I've watched it, for many a year, for him to like pull back that cloak and, to see those ears and Spock is honestly one of almost the favorite character in the franchise. But there was something emotional, that was there to it, because what if, despite all the risks and things and horrible things that can happen and do all the time, that maybe despite all your fears and all that, that maybe one time it can be rewarded, right? That you find a friend, you find someone who's an ally, someone who doesn't want to hurt you, but someone who might be just as interested in sharing and seeing, saying, hey, I'm out here too. And that's the point. As far as the social media, and like I said, the history in terms of, I think, where entertainment comes from, because that's entertainment as well. But yeah, I think human condition oftentimes is reminded and bears that. I think at different times, and there's different motivations, but that's how I look at it, and that's how I see it. And so, yeah, when I consider, like I said, what I'm doing here is that's pretty much the parallel that I would say that I find, is that, it's like that Star Trek, First Contact. I don't know what's out there. Unlike Star Trek, I'm aware of what is out there, and I'm certain of it, especially a lot of the horrible things that you see, hear, and know. But, maybe there's some good stuff too. And maybe there's a chance that, honestly, something can be as pure and genuine as the curiosity to find out something that's really, really great. Maybe it's not, it's not anything, and it's not everything. Obviously, it doesn't, I don't, healing the world and changing everything else all in one day or overnight or anything like that. But maybe as simple as, hey, what you find is pulls back the cloak, and it's a friend. It's someone that you kind of you don't know, but you see some similarities that you can recognize. But you also are a bit surprised at some differences as well, and that's cool too. It's, you could say it's a bit of, it's naivety to think anything's going to be all good, just like anything is all bad, being the pessimistic route. But I think that if you can have the courage and faith of the heart, which is another series after Star Trek First Contact, I tried to get my mom into. I watched the first episode of Enterprise and that was another thing that really I liked too, is I was sharing with her, is that faith of the heart and stuff. And the intro to Star Trek Enterprise, if you've seen it, if you've never seen it, it's pretty good. It's a Russell, I can't remember the guy who performs the intro, but I believe it's a Rod Stewart song. I'm not sure, or maybe he just, I don't know. It's a great song. It's a great intro. But yeah, the faith of the heart, the trials and tribulations, and the thing that has gone along with, like I said, a lot of different things that have happened in life. And this is definitely something as far as a safe space, in terms of what I was trying to create, in terms of not getting into the minutia of so many other things that are absolutely important, but at the same time, trying to have something as far as a space where I, and maybe even you, if there's people listening, and if it could build a community where people can just decompress, that they can have something where they don't need to worry about a lot of the other things that go on outside of this. You can just be real. You can just be yourself. You can be here, and you can share. And in the sharing, maybe, like I said, there's no, the word agenda here. I'm not, and I'm certainly not here to try to, take over the world, or, start some, revolution or anything like that. Those are, like I said, for me, if all I can do is absolutely nothing more than make the vlogs that I make, get better at doing them, maybe do a radio show, maybe to the entertainment of only nobody else but myself. But if I can just keep improving, if I can keep doing better in all of these things, then, that's something I feel is a worthy effort, worthy of working towards. And believe me, I've not, if for as much as I've said, I've not done a lot of things in terms of that work as well. But this is something that I would like to do, and this is something that I believe I can do. So hopefully, if like I said, aside from the reasons that to the core I'm here, if this radio show outside of the vlogs and that kind of thing can be the kind of thing that I know it could be, then I'll be happy with that. Sorry, I'm not getting choked up or anything like that. I'm just breathing in some air, and I know it probably sounds a little weird there for a second, but yeah, I'm going 40 minutes so far. So see, no commercials, which in a radio show on radio broadcast is something that would be pretty typical. You'd have interruptions and stuff like that. And that's also another thing that's changed quite a lot since the beginning, at least, of YouTube, is that now, of course, you've got a lot of commercials, man. A lot of commercials. I mean, I'm the kind of person, I hate commercials. I'm going to use that term. Yes, I hate commercials. Especially when you're watching a television show and, transitioning a little bit, from what I was talking about before to something else here as far as the commercial aspect. Because, when it comes to things like radio, for example, but most things in life, there's the business and there's the art. Show business, the biggest part of show business is the business rather than the art. Although the art comes first, and in my opinion, I think is quite literally the most important. Although I think in a lot of ways, many ways, and maybe sometimes the real reason why some things that are supposed to be great, like movies and television, you hear a lot of critique and that kind of stuff of, I actually consider that much of that actually kind of winds up falling on its face for various reasons. And I'm not going to go into all the, who has and what, is the most, whatever general consensus. No, I'm just pointing out that the reason I hate commercials is because the thing I don't like is because it goes with the thing I was saying about show business. Is I understand commercials got to be there, otherwise you can't have programs. I mean, that's how television really got its starts. And then, of course, movies, you pay a premium to go to the box office, get your ticket and popcorn and watch the show. And so I understand that. I get that. That's fine. The problem is that sometimes, like with television, for example, and this is someone who's grown up with television. Okay, 3 channels, no cable. You better watch some commercials if you wanted to watch some Star Trek. But that was okay. Actually, the ironic thing, I love old commercials. I actually love old commercials and jingles and bumpers and all that stuff. I love that kind of stuff because that's just really up my alley. But the thing of it is that if you're watching a movie or watching a show, and maybe if someone's listening at this point, this is 4 hours, so maybe have you ever been watching something like a movie or television show and that you're really trying to get into it, and then suddenly comes a commercial break, right? It's really, really, really interesting, television or whatever. And when it came to television back in the day, maybe it wasn't quite as intense. Maybe some of the plots, maybe some of the, the going-ins as far as television. And I'm talking about the United States. I think in some countries, like the UK, they do the commercials a little bit differently. I think they do it before and after any broadcast, but at least they used to. I don't know. If you're listening, you can tell me and put it in the comments. But yeah, like I said, so the thing that's changed about that is if you're in a show, you're in a program, and then suddenly here comes a commercial. And commercials have always been hit or miss. Most times miss because maybe you're not really thinking about whether or not you can even buy a brand new Honda or something like that. That's not a crack at Honda or anything, but or anybody buying Honda or whatever. I like I said, I'm just saying that whatever the commercial is, good or bad, whatever you may think of it, it's just the timing. And nowadays with the internet, one of the things I think is really great about streaming is that it's like even with HBO and places that are not just over the air like it was, back in my day. Some of the content, some of it, when you do find something, can be really, really, really draw you in. I mean, you can binge watch entire seasons now, which, like I said, some people have different positions on and stuff like that. And I think whatever works for you, weekly, all at once or whatever. But when you're watching something, you're really into it. And there comes a commercial. And I would probably say that now with the shows that I've seen on things like Hulu or Netflix or something like that, it would almost be worse. I mean, it would almost be worse to watch some like Stranger Things, right? Imagine you're watching Stranger Things, and right as a certain plot point is coming in, like you finally find out about, the Upside Down or something like that, and a really interesting point where, you're going to find, and then, do you want to buy a Nissan? Because Nissan's got a great... it's like, no, I don't. I don't want to hear about Nissan. I don't really care at that particular moment whether or not I can save 15% or more on my car insurance. I'm watching a show, man. And it's like, despite all the things else that you might be doing, I'm trying to maybe spend like at least an hour of not having to think about it. And hopefully it doesn't cost me a fortune to do so. Something that's just... You can watch, you can listen, you can share with other people. This is something you might, if you're lucky enough to have friends that are watching, maybe you can, share with other people. I mean, I definitely remember my day watching The Office. And that's the contrast too. I mean, The Office, for example, being a kind of program, maybe I guess commercials wouldn't be too bad because, you could have a break, go do your potty or whatever. I mean, it's a comedy show as opposed to something that's more like a thriller, like Stranger Things. But the point is that if you're watching something and you're really trying to get into it, sometimes it's just like, commercials just really can't fit. And I will say this as another, maybe a more final point, is that when you look back on television, like from the 80s and 90s and stuff, especially the like shows like Cheers and The Office and stuff like that. And I know I'm talking about comedies, but I'm trying to think of some other, like Baywatch or Knight Rider, or, there's other shows that are a little bit more of a serious tone and sometimes more action-packed or whatever. But the way that they're made, whatever, you can almost watch them and and this certainly could just be me. If anyone's like listening, you think about it. But especially if you're an Xer like myself, it's just like, I don't know, man. I'll give you 21 Jump Street. I love 21 Jump Street. I think that was probably one of my favorite shows when it first came out, when Fox launched its lineup. And, it's the type of show that's really... I don't think I don't think I thought about the commercials as much being a part of that show because the show was made around commercials, I think. a little bit better. It's just like, and I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but I think there are some considerations to be made because, it's as far as if there's a meaning behind whatever it is you're watching in terms of an intent to have an experience or whatever, because in general, when you're watching a television program, I think that's what you're trying to do. Some people call it escapism, like I said, and that's an audience, right? But the problem is that, like I said, when you got this commercial that's coming in every literally 5 minutes, and it's like, and that's one thing I'm not entirely sure of. It seems like there's just more commercials. It's like, I'm talking about commercial television itself. There's more commercials on commercial television than there ever been. And I mean, that's obviously because of the, streaming and stuff and the competition. But the point is, it's maddening. And it's hard to do. And it's difficult. And shoot, even if you say, I don't watch no television, I don't really care about YouTube. Going back to the thing I said about YouTube, you got commercials like you can't get through 5 minutes. 5 minutes of content, and then you got a commercial. And I'll be honest, if there were one thing that I could do in my preference, because I do have YouTube Prime, I believe it. Yeah, I'm not going to look while I'm doing this broadcast here, but YouTube Prime, and I don't see any commercials. But I know if someone's listening, they're probably going to have to put up with commercials. And of course, when YouTube started, you could do a channel without having to worry about if you're making it. Should your audience be watching, they have to put up with a break every single 5 minutes, right? Now, I'm sure that as content creators, you can do that if you choose. But I understand the changes now. You don't really have that opportunity. I mean, even if you don't even want to put a commercial, I don't know that you necessarily can, especially if whatever. And of course, there's the thing about pay and all that kind of stuff or whatever. But I don't know, man. I don't really know. I think that it's, like I said, it goes along with what I was saying as far as like with TV and with movies and the way that the state of things are now. Like I said, there's that business and then there's the art. And it's here, whatever you're listening to with me, at least in this radio broadcast so far, I don't think it couldn't have a commercial. I'm not putting it up there. But if there's a commercial on there, whatever. It's just the fact that the thing I had noticed before I had gotten Prime, and the reason I had gotten it is that I like ASMR. I'm an ASMR fan. I like Visual Sound One. There's a handful others, but nothing erotic or anything like that. I'm sure there's people that are into that. I like ASMR, but like it's Visual Sounds, great. She does. She does the kind of ASMR and content that I find probably a lot more engaging than just about anything else. I mean, she is a one-woman show, man. I mean, she's very talented. I think she does voiceovers and stuff like that. She's good, man. I mean, I think she's great. And, she just, the thing that's great about ASMR is because for me, it's a relaxation thing. It is a tingly thing. It's one of those things that helps me decompress because with my ADHD, I really feel for me, that's something that really can kind of help, keep me from being off the rails and racing thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And so, the thing that's cool about ASMR is that not only is it very calm and relaxing and all that, but the way the Visual Sounds does it, I think her name's Jenny or something like that. The way she does it is, she literally goes into characters. very similar to radio and the thing that I fell in love with, except for instead of theater of the mind, she puts the whole theater together, and she gives you an image, and it's just really, really cool, really, really engaging. And I mean, she's done everything from she's done from anything from Harley Quinn to like different elements and fairies to, oh my God. I mean, she does quite a lot. I'm not scripted, so please, I apologize if, I'm not necessarily as articulate and all that kind of stuff, because this is not scripted. This is ad lib. This is off the cuff. I've been going 55 minutes here. No cuts, no edits, no nothing like that. This is just me, as bad or as good or whatever. If you can put up with, yeah, So she does a great job, and like I said, she really brings you into this world. Alice in Wonderland is another one. She's done Batman. Like I said, Harley Quinn. Like I said, there's a few others. Trying to think of the evil clown one. I can't think of the name of It. Right? She's done a variation of It, and every single time that I've watched it, I've seen her do these things. I mean, she's always got something very interesting to do. And the thing is that if I had to now watch that with commercials every 5 minutes, I probably still could. Because she's that good. But man, I gotta be honest, it's maddening, man. You can't, I understand that YouTube's gotta pay the bills, man. I can't imagine the size of the storage that would be involved with having a planet of billions of people watching and maybe having an account or something like that. But, man, I mean, putting up content and stuff like that, it's gotta be a lot. And so, but the thing is that, it's something to be considered whatever you're doing. It's part of that thing I began with in terms of knowing your audience, and everything that I've been speaking about for almost close to this hour here has been about knowing your audience and their experience. I mean, I'm that audience, and if you're listening to this, you would be a part of that audience. And being a radio show that I'm trying to do as a test, that's part of the test is to see if I can actually go 4 hours of actual content with no interruptions and edit, off the cuff, no script, no, nothing but the thing that's between these two ears to try to, relate to my world I say my world, but my world in terms of this channel and the world that's outside that layer as well. And so, I mean, I can understand, why some people feel the way that they feel too, as well, as far as what they listen to. And, like I said, for me, the content here is about, like I said, being real, being authentic, not having any makeup on, not putting something out that's not me. I don't have $1 million. I don't have a nice house. I am poor AF. But you know what? Maybe in that, I mean, there's lots of other people out there, man. Maybe, at the very least, you're just listening. And like I said, you want to share. You want to, you know what I'm talking about. And, I think as I'm saying it, thinking these things literally as I'm saying it, I really do think that can be a way of connecting, in terms of, if you're listening and you want to make a video reply to this. That was one of the things that was really cool about YouTube when it started out, is you could actually make video replies to people. I don't even know if you could do that now. I don't see it. Maybe people just don't have a hankering of that, doing that kind of thing anymore. I don't know. I mean, Nowadays, when it comes to YouTube, it seems more like the only time you see responses is usually collaborations of something and of well-produced or usually professionally produced things. Like I said, not necessarily a bad thing at all, but like I said, it is changed. And so for what I'm trying to do or whatever, I've hopefully covered it and made it understandable. But my love and, passion for talking and speaking and, hopefully articulating my world and my life experiences outside of the vlogs, which I would say is the primary thing that I do for myself. And like I said, I'll definitely do that on a regular basis. For the most part, I've done since I've started probably about, literally, maybe 3 or 4 a day. And they're like 15 minutes and close to 20 minutes. I don't know that I'm going to keep doing that all the time either. It's mostly because here's the thing is it goes back to that knowing your audience, and it's certainly not trying to me be manipulative to the degree that, I think, there's some ulterior motives. I really don't. I'm putting it on. I put up exactly what I'm doing and why I'm here. But if you do absolutely enjoy and like, the content more of what I will give you everything that I have. in terms of that, I will, like I said, let me do the, if I won $1 million or the lottery. Well, let's pretend that this became successful. Let's pretend that, I find some people that love this content, listening to it, interacting with it, want to build a community, something, collaborate, that kind of thing. And let's pretend that I do that and somehow I become very successful. And for me, what does success look like? Well, obviously, to have people listening who want to hear what I have to say and what I produce. That is success to me. That is success to me. Success to me would be growing and creating that community. That's it. That is success to me. To have a place in a community, as far as what that means, is something where people can come, can decompress. It doesn't really matter what else is going on that much outside, like I said, but if maybe putting together a community where people can share and, like I said, my particular interest, like I said, 80s and 90s content. But, there's other things. I like Star Trek. Like I said, anything that I put up on this channel are going to be the things that I'm interested. I have got lists that are available, playlists that you can listen and, those are my interests. So I'm putting it up and you can see right there. And so in terms of other people that are around that, and of course, well, what about, life itself? I think life is so much bigger than just most of the times the things that we're fed, things that, that's put up. Because like I said, if you understand the way that the world works, and I'm not, like I said, it's, it's not a social commentary. I don't, I'm not, that's not my aim. But I'm saying to you that this is where things, at least for me, come from. This is where they're at. This is what they mean. And for me, this means just, like I said, doing something sincerity, really, truly creating something, like I said, want for better, a safe space for people who just, want to share themselves, listen to other people, and have fun, create a content. Like I said, I'm doing this as a radio show. And like I said, as I do it, as I get better, if I get more listeners, yeah, I'm going to do that. Now, I will say in terms of, like I said, on the other end of that, people say like, well, if you did get your thing or whatever, if that's something that one might think, in terms of going along with me as far as I've done this and what I've said, What about commercials? What about changing? Because people do change when circumstances change, because that's part of the human condition. Look, my dream does not include being the next anybody. Making money and selling and you things that you don't need or want. That is not important to me. That is not something that I want to do. I care more about the content that I create, and I care more about a community that would go along with it and wants to build. And it doesn't just have to be about me. I mean, some people say main character syndrome. And if you're on my channel, that kind of goes without saying to some degree. But I would say for the most part, nah, not really. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not selfish. I'm not saying that I don't have all the other issues. But like I said, this is not going to be a thing where, like I said, I'm trying to sell people things, or I'm trying to use people, or I'm trying to use this as a way of making myself a millionaire or any of that kind of stuff. Like I said, as far as, if I can do things in a way that are obviously gonna make my life better in terms of, just doing what I said, making content people enjoy, having people listen, and maybe that. I don't run YouTube. I don't have any control over that side of it. But if they do what they do and somehow there's a way to monetize that, that's good enough for me. I'm happy as a clam with that. And, I don't have any expectations of being a millionaire or any of that kind of stuff, just because that's not important. Content and quality and getting better and improving, those are more important than anything else, because I've said the art and the business aspect of it. And people but a lot of times there's a struggle between that. To me, if you have the content, if you have the quality, if you have the thing that people enjoy and want to do, if you lose the plot in terms of that, the business to me makes absolutely no impact. It's the most unimportant part of that partnership. And so people say, well, if you don't have the business, you don't have the money, you can't have the art. That's true. But I think when it comes to an audience and people actually genuinely liking something or enjoying something as far as an experience and that kind of thing, I think that becomes more important than the business. And of course, people change, demographics change. I mean, there's lots of different marketing and psychology that you can apply towards that. I'll be honest, I'm not a believer in that. I don't follow that idea that you have to change with the times, otherwise the times will change. I mean, to a degree, yeah, I suppose if you're Sears or JCPenney, maybe. Maybe, but, and I say maybe because I use that as an example. Well, Sears might have still been around if they had become more like Walmart and Amazon. I don't know. I think maybe, and I want to be careful here because I don't want to tread into, to that social commentary type of area, but just in general, I think if you do good enough, well enough, you're gonna always have an audience. You're gonna always have people that are going to show up, if that makes sense. If you build it, they will come. I am a much bigger believer in that than, you have to, and I gotta find and I'm not looking for a political or a less authentic way of saying this, and I know that that's how it comes across whenever you stutter or anytime you hesitate, but I'm thinking of, thoughtfully how I want to express this, which is, I think if you have something that people want, that people enjoy, that experience can always change. I mean, my experience changes as an adult. There's things that I loved doing 30 years ago that I don't enjoy doing today. That's fine. But there's plenty of things that I enjoyed doing today the way I did the first time I ever did them. Pizza, for example. I know maybe that's a bad example, but pizza. There are some movies that I like that I will always like, and they were made back in the 80s and 90s. And heck, there's even youngsters, lots of them, who like 80s and 90s movies more than they like anything else. Or even some people like 50s and 60s content, whatever. Hopefully you understand where I'm going there. But sure, things are going to change. But I think that whenever there's this everything for everybody, I can understand where that where that thinking comes from. I do, because you want to bring people together. You want to have a big tent. You don't want to have anybody who feels left out, right? I get that. I totally do. The problem with that whole thing, though, that I find is that when it becomes about a business model, though, right, about making money off of that, that's the ulterior motive. I think not only the business struggles as far as anything, as far as intent, but I think your audiences, while maybe they're manipulated, of course, as we all can be and have been and are at times, people have their instincts. Even if they don't know what they don't know, or don't know what they do know, they can definitely have emotions and feelings about things, and there isn't always a gauge or a measure or a barometer to check. There's not always a simple way to know, well, we can make everybody happy, or we can make only certain individuals happy, and that will amount to success if we have the most people that do the most things that make us the most. I suppose, I guess, like I said, I'm just not necessarily a believer or a buyer into that kind of thinking. I'm more of a thinking that, like I said, if you make a really good hamburger, right? You make a really good hamburger the best way that you know how. I mean, everybody's not going to always want hamburgers. And if that's the case, then you're going to have to adapt and change. But does that mean that no one ever wants hamburgers? Does that mean that hamburgers will become a thing that nobody ever... No. But it might mean that there isn't 50 different ways to make the same hamburger in 50 different restaurants that have 50 different themes, that have 50 different ways of doing the same thing. And while it may be popular at one point or another, then it may not obviously change and become something else. And so, this is why I kind of hesitated when it came to the whole Sears analogy or example, is that I'm not trying to be a social commentary. I understand that there's things that I know, and there's more things that I don't know, most things that I don't know, but I can tell you what I feel and what my experience is, and that is, when it comes to eating a hamburger, I just want a good quality meat. I want something that I'm not going to necessarily question after I take a bite what it is I'm, consuming. I mean, outside of the fact that, maybe it's not too good for me. Like, I know this isn't good for me in terms of that or whatever, sometimes like pizza or whatever. But, I don't want to have to question whether or not, if I thought about what it is that I'm consuming in a way that I'm not comfortable with, that, not only does it not taste very good, or it's not, it's not an experience that I enjoy anymore. It's more like, okay, well, what else do I need to be concerned about? When's the other shoe going to drop, right? I'm maybe paying more for that same burger than I had before, but, like I said, the price is relative, but again, the experience to me is the most important. If I just don't, like I said, I'm not going to want burgers all the time. But, and I may not necessarily want burgers all the same way. But when it comes to the experience and the quality, that's what's important. When it comes to doing this channel, that's how I look at it. So I don't plan to be all things to all people, and I don't necessarily think that there's anything wrong with trying to be accommodating or big tent or encourage other people to participate. I'm not making a social commentary on the rest of the world and what they do, but what I'm saying is here what I do and what I want to do, and the commitment that I'm making is that to me, and then this started this particular rant with what if, I won $1 million, what if I became a successful vlogger and content creator? What if I did that? Well, then I'm going to be grateful. That's it. I'm going to be grateful on the other side of that to anything and everything that I have, because that's how I know to be, because of all the things that I've ever experienced. Yeah, it would be a dream come true if it goes the other way. Like I said, you win the $1 million, you win the lottery. If you know what you know what I mean. You get that. If you won $1 billion, of course, you might not imagine that you would change. I think life changes us whether we want to, we elect to or not. We can prepare for it. We can think about it. We can anticipate it, but it's still going to happen. But if we know who we are, we know where we're at. If we have the compass in our hearts and our minds before we take that journey, at least we have a way to get, to at least create a map that shows us, okay, this is the route you want to go, and maybe this isn't the path that you're on the way that you thought. Hopefully that makes sense. And so, like I said, creating content and being successful on the other side, to me, success isn't, certainly, like I said, if YouTube does what it does, it's monetized and makes some money, great. That would be money that would go into to production, editing, my education in terms of what to do better on here. And that's it. And like I said, everything else is just a gift, a given. And the other end of that for me is to be gracious, to be grateful. There's always going to be things that I need. There's things that we always need. And when it comes to the whole money aspect, I guess the way that I look at it is if I'm happy, it's a little bit less about what I want and more about what I need. If that makes sense, because, and understand when I say need, I think sometimes whenever you say, need, what do people need? And this is coming from someone that has grown up poor without any money. When you think of need, sometimes people think, well, gee, as long as a person has bread, water, rice, and can't think of the name, like an awning, so in case it rains, then they have everything that they need. It's just like, yeah, of course, if you're talking about just the things that you need, like if you live in a closet or something like that, well, that's, you have what you need. That's not what I mean. When I say need, I'm talking about in a practical sense. And some people's idea of like, well, do you need entertainment? Yes, of course you need entertainment. The brain, I think scientifically we've proven that isolation and the, inability to actually be stimulated by other things, whether, I'm an introvert, but to have outlets in order to do things, that's absolutely a psychological need. In fact, in so much a way that without that kind of stimulation, if you do enough reading, at least from my understanding, is that there's a lot of other psychological, mental things that can happen. I'm just using that as an example. But when it comes to food, all you need is just water and bread. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe. But it's, in terms of your psychological needs and stuff like that, I'm sure you can eat donuts every single day. I mean, I suppose you could. You could eat rice every single day. Uh, in terms of health or whatever, I don't know what that is, and I'm not trying to speak outside of I don't know, but I'm just simply saying when I'm talking about need, the things that I need. If I have a place that I live that I enjoy, if I have, actually, let me keep it more simple. If I can own where I live, nothing big, own my car, be able to pay enough to have food on the table, have insurance, take care of things in case things should happen, and have enough to produce the show that I want to make. That's what I mean by my needs. That's what I'm talking about. Me, taking care of the thing, and obviously taking care of my mom, which is the most important person in the world to me. Yes, that's a need for me. She's 73 years old, but there's nobody that's more important than me, and I'm single, so I don't have any kids. I don't have any pets. Like I said, I don't have a lot of need for anything now in terms of, like I said, what I want and greed and all that kind of stuff. Of course, if you dropped $1 million in most people's lap, I don't think if you say, hey, you can keep it, whatever. But again, that's not my aim. And life being fulfilled isn't about how much stuff that I can accumulate or how much more I can have, even though I'm happy with what I have. And that's certainly not something that is tied to anything that I'm doing here in terms of, like I said, if I'm able to monetize and make good, a decent amount, I'm great. Even if I don't, whatever, that isn't success. Success is about the content that I create. And I'm absolutely certain that is not going to be all things to all people. And that's not out of a lack of trying or intention, but it's also not out of me trying to manipulate and to do things that I'm just not comfortable with. And one of the things I brought up earlier in the broadcast is that there is a lot of advice about what you can and can't do in terms of making money on YouTube, the different ways that you can manipulate the algorithm and do this and that and get people engaged and stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of things that people can do, from clickbait to, there's just a lot of things that are options out there. And I have no criticisms about what other people do. All things can't be for all people in terms of their entertainment or content and what people want to consume. But I can tell you some things that I'm not and I don't want to do. I mean, otherwise, I don't think I could have even started this, which is, I'm not going to edit myself. I'm not going to manipulate who I am and pray that you don't find out later on some truths about me. I mean, obviously, everybody's got issues. I mean, I don't think anyone is perfect, but the main point is that I'm real. I'm genuine in terms of everything that I share and what I want to put up. And, I'm not asking from anything from anyone else, and I'm certainly not judging anybody in terms of their deepest and darkest or whatever either. It's just, for me, it just comes down to what it is that, I want to produce here. And if it wasn't coming from a core to begin with, meaning it was about, hey, let me see how many people I can get to listen to me and do whatever I need to do in order to get as many clicks and as views so that I can, I don't know, make some money. That's okay, I guess. Whatever. I think the competition is, I'm not going to be the person that's going to be able to do that. I'm not going to, I'm not going to do, I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And if there's no room for anyone else outside of someone who does that, then I'm definitely going to find out. I'm going to hope that that's not the case. I mean, there's a lot of things I can and can't do. But what I won't do, as I said, is I won't edit, I won't manipulate who I am. And I know that that's probably, well, you're on a voice vlog on YouTube, which is mostly for video. So what does that mean? Well, that means that in terms for me, the audio quality on my camera, on my desktop isn't the greatest. And as far as producing anything, as far as with video, that quality is not going to come across anywhere near what I would feel is acceptable in terms of just, I'm not talking about editing, but man, I really don't like the way that my desktop camera looks. And when it's playing back for myself, not even uploaded to YouTube, I don't want to make a complicated or difficult experience for someone who may want to watch, like when I first started out, that it makes it extremely difficult or almost impossible for them to at least, even if they want to be interested, even if they're listening to what I want to say, for them to do so. I don't want to make it more difficult for anyone to consume or participate in this content. But at the same time, it's so, as far as improvements, because I always want to make improvements, whether it's from a technical or a production, or even from an articulate standpoint, like, the way that I speak and making sure that I'm enunciating every sentence and using words and vocabularies and that sort of thing, as far as the way that I speak. Those types of things, I think, comes with time and practice and doing them. But in terms of if I stutter, if I stammer, if I'm not sure about something, I don't want you to have this impression that everything that I do is just a clean take, that I don't do anything stupid. I don't have any dogs or cats that are barking or anything like that, but if that's happening, hey, that's life. If my mom comes in to where I'm recording right now and says, hey, what you doing? Ask me a question or something. Hey, that's something that can happen. I'm living my real life just like all of you, so things come up. Now, obviously, I want to have consideration. If I'm actually building an audience as far as having guests, I'll try to do my best with what I have, to make sure that I'm putting forth as best content as I can for you. Like I said, video quality, whatever I have. But if I don't have, I don't have. But I do have this microphone. I do have this ability on my iPhone to record. And so that's what I'm using. And despite the things you should and should not do, the advice that I've seen on YouTube, that's probably why I'm not doing a lot of those things. And, like I said, I'm not saying that they're not better to do. And I'm not saying that if I have the opportunity and chance to do them at some point, I won't, in terms of things that I don't think have anything to do with changing the actual content, but maybe making sure that, I guess, whatever algorithm makes it available to whomever that might be interested in, hey, clicks on and finds a friend or finds, something, hey, that's kind of interesting or whatever. This is like I said, this is a 4-hour radio show, and I'm at about an hour and 30 minutes so far. So, we're not even just about halfway there, but that's okay, because this is the stress test. And without any commercials on my part, without any editing being done as far as the upload, and hopefully this makes it through too, this is a mountain that I will feel that is my Everest. Is Everest the largest mountain? I'm not sure if that means anything, but this is my mountain to climb. And I'm climbing it and doing the best that I can. So I think the only thing that kind of made me think is that, what if I have to use the bathroom? Well, I think I might have to get a little creative on this one and only one, because like I said, I don't want to stop the recording until the 4 hours are met. But going forward, I'll probably, one of the things that I'll improve along with other things is I'll probably anticipate if I'm going to do 4 hours to maybe make sure I've taken my potty break before I started that. Like I said, in terms of things that I'll probably need, and I spoke about that need, I probably need to get, and I don't say this in terms of dropping little nuggets of what people can buy me, that's not the point. I'm just pointing out where I'm at, and then of course where along the lines I might make some improvements, which, it'll happen when it'll happen. And when I have something that'll happen, I would, transparency, I guess, is an overused word, but it's, like I said, sincerity, honesty is very much an important part of doing this. So, and I do realize I have a pause button that I can resume this when I need to, but I want to refrain from doing that, not because I think it would be, less authentic or whatever. It's just, I'm making this a bit of a challenge to myself, and in this stress test, if you will, for a radio show. But the things that I'm going to probably need to improve this broadcast is I'm going to probably need to find maybe a better microphone. I don't know. If this doesn't sound any good at all, or maybe where I record it, I could maybe try to figure some things out as far as that is concerned. Trying to think of what else. Microphone, editing software. I'm using Clipchamp. I don't know that I'm going to use anything right away immediately as far as from that. I don't have any other options as far as that. I do have an iPad, which has iMovie on it, but I'll be darned if I can. I really know how to navigate that. I've tried. I don't know. And I'll probably need to learn how to condense these so that the file isn't 6.5 gigs, because that's what the last one was, and I wasn't really quite appreciating that until I had done the transfer on Clipchamp. So that was something that I definitely learned. Trying to think of, I had some other thought that I had meant to say. See, when you have ADHD, that'll happen. If you have ADHD, I think you know what I mean, as far as sometimes one of the things that, at least for me, when I having ADHD and when I'm having conversations, is sometimes I'll get ideas and thinking that'll happen. And I know that if I don't say something or I don't peg that thing some way, that I'll have a hard time coming back to it if I meant to convey some kind of information or make some kind of comment or something like that. So it's a challenge, man. It's a challenge. Yep, I'm kind of some other things. I think about the practices when I have with my ADHD and stuff, is that usually if I'm trying to remember something, I'll repeat it a few times if I'm trying to commit it to memory, because my short-term memory is, I don't know, man. It kind of terrifies me sometimes. I'm in my 40s, but I don't know. But anyways, the things I need, that's what I was going at. I've actually been pretty good. That's the first time that's happened in the hour and 30 minutes that I've been doing this. So, but yeah, like I said, things I need, like probably software, editing, probably do some tutorials. I'm on YouTube, so I use YouTube to kind of educate myself a little bit as far as that kind of thing, as far as what are some good ideas for improving what I'm doing or learning how to do what I'm doing, like editing and stuff like that, which The only kind of editing software that I have any kind of experiences with is Adobe Audition, and I had that when I was going through radio school. But man, if there's anything that I remember the most about that, was Adobe was huge in the way of being a memory hog. I mean, and I've got like a Dell all-in-one, so I'm very much limited into the size of how much can fit on 250, I think, gigs of hard drive space that I have. And I'm gonna bet you probably my Windows probably takes up most of that. And in terms of my navigational abilities, in terms of that, I don't have any Dell whatever to lean on. And if I go through a monkey with stuff that I don't have any real knowledge about or funds to pay anyone else to do, I would probably be in trouble. So slow as it goes, I'm not trying to get into the seat of a race car, and I'm stress testing on this. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can maybe seize up my phone and have to do some things like that. But when it comes to like seizing up my computer and things that I need, or getting in the car and trying to be Mario Andretti, you got to pick your spots. And so, like I said, if I have more, if I know more, because that's the thing, I don't know so much, and I will. Then those are the things I need, and those will be the things that will be used to make improvements as I can. I want to say that I want to improve the audio quality as far as the content itself. As I mention, my vlogs are more of a personal thing, and the foundation and the basic main way that I plan to do these voice vlogs and put up probably the most content. Doing a radio show is something that I'm going to have to consider some of those, or a lot of those other things, maybe even things that I'm not aware of before I do it. But I can at least do 4 hours of content. That means I could do content much smaller size as well. So, I mean, I go bigger, but then if I want to do much smaller, which is like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, that should be a breeze as opposed to 4 hours, right? So you do the hard stuff first, right? Like, if you move some stuff like I did when I was much younger, or do a chore or something like that, you do the hard stuff first, and then you gradually go easier and easier and easier, and that kind of stuff. And that's pretty much kind of my thinking in terms of this second stress test. And of course, as far as improvements in terms of like the software, the audio, and things like that. Excuse me. I definitely do plan on doing the things what I can when I can do them. But I would say primarily as far as content is concerned, I've done like 4 vlogs a day since I've started doing this for the most part, except for yesterday. I don't plan to really be, as far as when I record, that'll be maybe another thing. When I record, I didn't record anything on Saturday. I had a bunch of stuff that I needed to do. I'm doing this actually on Sunday, which I don't know that I'll be doing or even producing a lot of content on Sundays or whatever. Who knows? Like I said, those kinds of things can change. I can be, flexible with, but I kind of more or less plan to, and these can change as maybe other things change. Who knows? I keep, but doing a vlog, maybe a vlog every day, or maybe every other day. If it's every day, I think I could probably do 5-10 minutes a day. I don't think that's different. I could probably do that every single day at 7:00. Do a different video vlog. As far as more than that, I mean, I could do maybe, a different schedule. I could do more, I could do less, but maybe like a vlog every day at 7:00, Pacific Standard Time, and if I don't do one every single day, whatever, but I think 10 minutes, maybe 15, 20, maybe it could be more or less. Maybe I could do less, 5 minutes, and maybe do 4 of them, but I'll have to think about that. And there's a comment section. So guess what? And I don't really expect many or too many of any to listen 4 hours of this. But if you have, I love you, and you are a very special person to me if you are actually listening to 1 hour and 40 minutes. I love you, and I just want you to know. But anyways, I mean that. That's, wow. I'm not trying to be too funny. I'm extremely honored if I've got someone listening to 4 hours of this, because this is not edited, planned, or anything like that. I mean, I try to be real about things in terms of those kinds of expectations. So I would say thank you. But yeah, as far as my content is concerned, like I said, I'll probably bring up a lot of stuff that I've mentioned already in vlogs, make them more digestible in terms of not editing content, but just having it something that is available to, and whatnot. That's important. Like I said, if how do I put this? If editing, I don't want to say editing, because I mean editing could consist of pausing and stopping, resuming after I use the bathroom stuff. That's not what I mean in terms of editing. That's not really what I'm talking about. When I talk about editing, I'm saying, like, I don't plan to burp, but let's just say I burped or I ripped one really good. Now, I'm not trying to be a comedian, and I don't think, I guess farts can be funny, but the point is I'm not trying to whatever. If that happens, that happens. The only thing I would probably edit out is if I swear or use the F word or something like that, because as things have changed with YouTube, I guess that's really one of those things that you kind of got to steer away from, because there can be children's listening. And so when it comes to stuff like that, you gotta, you definitely have to, I definitely have to abide by the guidelines of YouTube. And if, that's just, I can't run a red light, man. I not if I want to be here. And so, because, I pay for Prime, but, I don't own it. And so maybe that's where Patreon could come along. I don't know, but that I wouldn't say that as necessarily go as in the terms of what I need, but if that's content that people, after I've created it, or like, yeah, like, whatever, do this, that's something I can definitely entertain, as opposed to just doing something for any other reason. So yeah, it's like my brother just texted me something. I just looked at it. So sorry. I just did because it sends the alert and stuff. But yeah, like I said, I don't plan on doing anything in terms of Patreon or anything like that. It's certainly not anytime like real soon. But yeah, for the most part, that's what I mean by editing, in terms of anything that's outside of something that's real, whatever is scripting. Is a script editing? Is that being phony? I think it can be. I think if I literally had like written page after page, and I isolated it down to minutes and timing and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it's kind of hard to argue that that's genuine, or that's if that's the kind of radio or kind of content that I'd want to produce, and I don't want to produce anything quite to that extreme. And if, let's just say hypothetically, that again, winning $1 million is successful or anything like that, that it became content, something like that you would want, or I could do, or something that I can't imagine now. I guess I could find a way, but I would definitely make sure that you knew. I would make sure that was, for me, it's important to be transparent. Yeah, this is a production. And that's how I would describe it. That's a production. There's a script, there's a format. It's somewhat censored, although, even though the kind of censorship I talked about a little bit is already inherent in YouTube, but those are guardrails that exist no matter what you're doing and anywhere that you go. And so for the price of being able to do that outside of my subscription or yours is that, you can't swear, you can't create certain content that is going to be, things that aren't going to be that are going to go against the rules of where it is that you're producing content, not a production, but producing content. And maybe it's one of the same. I am not articulating probably that as well as I'd like to, but I'm not perfect. And that's, again, I'm not going to edit out who I am. I sometimes use big words that I don't necessarily know what the heck they mean. You're not going to find a perfect person here, and this is not going to be perfect, no matter how much practice and how long it gets. But I will always do my best to improve for myself, most importantly, but also, if there are people listening and they say, hey, I'll listen. And like I said, not to do all things for all people, but if there's things that people say like, hey, it's kind of hard to hear you, or do videos, it's kind of hard to see you, or, that kind of stuff. I'm always susceptible to that. Or people ask me questions about things that I don't bring up. That's fine. I can do that. Like I said, the things that, I've said that I won't do, that pretty much covers it. Like I said, as far as the rigid versus being flexible to having absolutely no standard at all, I mean, life is life is not like a box of chocolates. Did I say that right? Yeah. Life is like a box of chocolates. It's not like a box of chocolates at all. I don't really know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not king about knowing what the hell I'm talking about. I don't know that line too well. But, so yeah, I've made it an hour and 47 minutes. So if you've been here this long, we're almost halfway there. So, and there's something to be said about celebrating too early. That you never know. Your phone could crash out. None of this makes it anywhere near YouTube or anywhere near something that I can save that I can upload later. But here we go, man. But those are the things I need. Those are the things I plan on doing. That's where it goes. Yeah, Sundays. As far as Sundays, I don't know. I guess I try to make Sundays a day that, they're kind of the, I'm doing the thing that I want to do now, but how do I put this? I think no matter who you are, it's always good. It always behooves you to have a day off, a day that just you unplug. You can decompress a lot of different ways, but I'm saying to you a thing that you truly kind of isolate to yourself a little bit. And like I said, this isn't advice or anything like that, but I'm saying when I say these things, and I know that's exactly what it sounded like, and I apologize if it did. No, I mean that in terms of myself, my experience. I need to unplug. I need to have a day or two of isolation for thought, because it gets pretty wild up there. It gets pretty crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could maybe. I mean, I talk about my ADHD, but I've got some other issues. So in the spirit of being transparent about who I am, yes, I have a avoidant trait. At least that's what I've grown up with. My father, I think he probably had it. I mean, it wasn't clinically diagnosed with me. Schizoids, I think, is another issue that I have. I mean, I didn't make these up or do a test online. I actually went to get some therapy and treatment and got diagnosed and had a whole makeup. I don't know if I'm going to share all of that all at once, but those are the issues that I have. I have extreme depression and anxiety, both from which have affected me quite a bit. And, I would say another thing, when I'm speaking about myself or speaking in general, the reason that it's very important for me not to give advice or whatever is that I'm not an expert on anything. And I'm especially not an expert on things that I think are cogent, if that's the right word, or things that are more, what's the word? Complex, things that require a study or an academic discipline. And there's different ways of going about that. Titles to me don't mean as much as substance, if that makes sense. I mean, just like this radio show, as it were, and stuff. And maybe I should have saved this for when I hit the 2-hour mark, but kind of like pace things, but whatever. Labels aren't necessarily always so great or so important. I mean, there's a lot of labels that can mean one thing, but what's inside could be food poisoning, right? I mean, that's not funny. I mean, in terms of, I'm not laughing at anyone who's ever gone through that or something serious, but yeah, I mean, just because of what something is supposed to be, that doesn't necessarily always mean that's what you're going to get. And I do think sometimes, at least for me, I find that sometimes when we kind of pivot our ways into the wanting to be complacent or at least feel safe and secure in the knowledge that something is a certain way, we kind of tend to lean into our biases a bit, at least for myself. And I'm talking about myself, but I'm also making giving a perspective of whatever. And hopefully it doesn't come off as an explicit judgment of anyone, anything like that. I'm just saying that for me, when I was clinically diagnosed, it was important for me where that came from. And I was at least fortunate enough that when I was living in Minnesota, that was covered under the healthcare that I had. And I also understand there are plenty of places that don't have that. And I say this sincerely as a luxury. It can be a luxury to do almost anything that someone else can't or doesn't have access or the ability to do. But let me tell you something. And this is just something I feel and I find for myself is that my brain, my mind, and what I've seen in terms of brains and minds of other people is just as important as any other physical part of the body and the human condition. So, like I said, getting clinically diagnosed was important to me because where I had it done, I mean, obviously they could be wrong. Labels, structures, systems can sometimes fail. But from everything and what I do know, which is not everything and not most things, what I do know is those are my conditions. Those are the things that I have that I deal with and I struggle with. And I think, when it comes to anxiety, my anxiety is mostly out of fear of what's going to occur, what's going to happen. But it's definitely tied into my depression based on the things that have already happened, things that I've gone through as far as traumatic experiences and just what life throws at you. And sometimes I think when people hear about those things, they're, well, doesn't everybody kind of get depressed? I mean, I'm not happy all the time, or sometimes I get stressed. Yeah, that's probably true. But for me, it's a constant state of mind. It's a constant thing that I'll always go through, which just like anything else that's part of the body, like your knees or your back or something like that. It's, knee bones connect to the shin bone, whatever. I mean, we're not talking about bones here, but we are talking about, a mental condition and a brain, which, like I said, is very much a physical object. It's a physical thing that's part of you. And so, yeah. And so when it comes to depression, anxiety, yes, you'll get done ups. Sometimes you'll get downs. Sometimes your back will just be hurting. Sometimes you'll just sprain your leg. It's not the same as if you actually have a chronic disease or a condition, which I do. I have a major depression and anxiety, and that doesn't necessarily mean that at the same time that what that means for me is going to look like the same thing for other people, because you ask two people that have back pain, there's going to be some similarities and there's going to be some differences. Sometimes that can be as different as where the pain is, and how much one can hold versus another, and when and where that happens, whether they're older or younger, that kind of thing. So, like I said, being able to have a clinical diagnosis, have lots of things, can really be a privilege. It can be a real something that a lot of people do not have. And so, but the other thing is that, people say the power of knowledge, that knowledge and knowing, there's power in that. And I would probably tend to disagree with that. I think knowledge can be power, but I think if you've ever experienced the knowledge of things that are to come, or things that have happened, or things that let's face it, you don't really want to know, sometimes knowledge can just simply be a burden. It can be accessed, but it can be accessed, to something that maybe is useless, something that, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't help you in any real way. And so, it's not easy enough to just have knowledge. Sometimes knowledge is just, again, it's a burden. It can be something that, at least, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm not making pronouncements. I'm just giving a perspective. Pronouncements, is that the right word? But yeah, so like I said, I have major anxiety, major depression, and ADHD, and so yeah, a short-term memory. So those are things that I think, are going to be a part of what you hear, and things, whatever. But as far as the other things about me, I don't have any friends. I have a person that I've known since I was in high school that I talk to occasionally, but that's it. No friends, no family, no closeness of anyone. I take care of my mother, and that's it. That's who I am. So, and I absolutely wanted to make sure that I shared that, because, I don't have to. It's in terms, in the way of transparency, I don't think that it's absolutely vital or anything that I tell you those types of things. But I think it's important for I'm not a perfect person telling anybody anything, and so therefore that is a big reason why there won't be any advice coming from me telling you or anybody else what to do, how to think, or any of those things. I have those things that I think. I certainly get on my high horse just like I think everybody else. But, in terms of editing or whatever, maybe that's self-censoring, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I also don't, go to dinner parties and bring pizza. It's like, I get it. I understand. Sometimes people don't want whatever the host is cooking, But if that's the case, I think you probably just maybe politely decline, or maybe just go and feed the dog under the table. I'm kidding. I'm just completely imagining that. I don't know. I don't have a lot of circumstances I don't think I have any specific circumstances that reflect what I just said. And that'll happen a lot. I have a great imagination for stuff. I have a great and the one thing that goes along with a great imagination is lying. Although, doesn't mean you have to be a good liar. I mean, sometimes a great imagination just means that you're it just means that you are great at imagination and not being tethered to reality, which probably describes me more than just about anything else. As far as being a liar, how fast were you going, son? How fast were you going? It's like, like I said, I'm not a perfect person, but like I said, my genuine, like I said, that's me being who I am. And, I'm not perfect. I'm just not perfect. And that's not a deflection. It's certainly not a disguise or anything. It's just me. It's just who I am. And so, like I said, I can say that I've never harmed anybody. I've never harmed a fly. I've never done anything for which I've been convicted of or anything like that, or anyone I've been charged with or anything like that. I mean, but hey, some people have. People do make mistakes. Like I said, again, I will never be in a situation where I'll be pontificating or judging anyone. I am just me. I am not, not someone to look at anyone with any kind of judgment in terms of their immortal soul or anything like that. I mean, I can definitely judge, actions and behavior and things like that. But again, there's no need for me to bring any of those things up for the most part as far as any content that would be related to this channel, because I just don't. I think there's already plenty of places that can do that kind of thing already, and they do. Some far more successful than I ever would care to be. For me, this is just about being myself. And you know what? I think I'm going to not take this off. I'm going to get to the 2-hour mark. And then not 2-hour mark, I'm at the 2-hour mark, but I am going to try to be slick here. So let's see. Trying to make 2 hours. Let's see here. Let the water run. Yep. Sometimes you gotta try to make some decisions in order to get where you want to go and do what you want to do and find a way. And I want to find a way to not stop this broadcast before 4 hours, even though I probably should have thought long and hard before I did this, things that could have come up. But this is a stress test. And so I did understand going through and before this that I was going to, not stop recording. And so hopefully you understand that and you won't take it out on me too bad if you're listening to this and you're going, hey, what was that? Well, that was me trying to adapt and me trying to figure something out in terms of keeping the broadcast going. So, no explicit anything. That's the other thing. There's gonna be no explicit content on here. There was not gonna be me using the F word a bunch. I will at no point be showing things that I don't intend to be showing or doing or, whatever. I would actually like to And I talked about the needs, and now that we've made it to the 2 hour mark, ironically, considering what just happened, yeah, 2 hours, baby. Got another 2 hours to go. I talked about the things that need, things I would want. As far, I mean, geez, these are just wants, wishes. What I want. I do want to actually get a camera that I can record some things outside of where I'm at in my home. Maybe go on a little bit of an adventure. I won't be taking that adventure anywhere too far too soon, because I have a vehicle that is on the fritz, and it's a Ford Taurus. It is a 174,000 miles, I think, and it's right now. It won't. The RPMs won't go above 3,000, and I don't know what that is. So I did have it looked at, but it wasn't really too helpful. And so, like I said, until that situation gets changed and fixed, I ain't gonna be recording too much outside of where I live because I don't own a home. I am in an apartment, and so for me to record things that are outside where I live would probably involve recording others that for sure I'm not going to be recording anybody who is not someone that is okay with me doing that, nor am I going to be doing anything to try to impede on anyone's privacy. I mean, obviously the public outside isn't that much of a deal, but I'm still not going to do anything to be creepy or, just weird or something like that. I mean, I am weird, but I don't want to do anything like that. So if I record something, it'll be something that I intend to record, and that it's appropriate to do that. And outside of where I live, not really one of those places that I can do a lot of that. So yeah. So like I said, I want to get a camera. I want to get my car fixed first, but I want to get a camera to record some things. And then, I don't know. I said that I love ASMR, and I am thinking about possibly doing some ASMR content. But if I do that, that will probably for sure require some editing and more production in terms of content creation. And so that is something if I do anything that I put on this channel, and I should probably, I don't know, I'll probably put it in the descriptions in terms of the overall basics of the channel in terms of what I will and won't do. That's something that I'm certain I can do and I will do. But when something is, like I said, I'm not going to be doing any editing in terms of cut and pasting. I guess when I say editing, that's a big one that I mean, probably the biggest. I won't be cutting and pasting. I won't be editing things out in some kind of weird way. If I do that, or even if I'm a part of something like that, if it's content for this channel, I will make very clear that is the case when it's not the standard of the channel. And quite frankly, I think when it comes to ASMR, I don't know that there's a way to do that that doesn't require editing. I suppose I could do something kind of like this, right? Where I just talk very softly and I do different things to try to create triggers. Now, I don't know if that's going to work or if I have the voice for it or if anybody listening is going to want that kind of thing or I'm going to need equipment. But if I do, outside of the content itself, I don't know. I might need to make either another channel or something like that. I might try it here, though. I might do some ASMR content. But if I do, it might just be like this. Exactly like this. We go with what... excuse me. We have. See? I coughed. I apologize. and that if I was doing a real ASMR, that could be something that could really not be good. And in case it did come or does come up, it's like, what's wrong with editing? And so I'm saying there's nothing wrong with editing, and if people want to do that or whatever, that's fine. I just think for me, because I listen to what I put up, I listen to it for myself because I created this channel and it's important to me, and I'm doing this for myself, but it's also content that other people can listen to. So I think it behooves me to make sure that I'm hearing and listening and really taking in what I'm saying. Not only the fact that I said it, but that I'm putting it out there to the rest of the world. And, as far as why I'm not cutting and editing, if I'm going to put this out to the rest of the world, and I'm not saying that I'm going to, like I said, I won't put explicit content up here. I won't do, stupid things. I mean, I can't say that there wouldn't be an exception that something could happen that I might have to think very clearly about. Like I said, the guidelines of the channel, if I accidentally record something or do something or whatever that's going to come in conflict with that, then I have to think and consider long and hard before I put that up, whether that is my intention or not. Those just might simply be the rules of the house. So I could go against the rules of the house, but then I might not be in the neighborhood anymore, if you kind of understand what I'm saying. But I don't think that that's necessary in terms of what my content is or my goals for being authentic in who I am and that sort of thing as well. I can do what I want. It's just, like I said, there's certain things and I don't want to be doing explicit content either. And I think if that were the case, I guess I could go on one of the adult sites or something like that. I suppose you could go there and create content, although I'm not exactly sure. I just kind of wonder, you go on an adult content, whatever, but you don't have any adult content except for saying the F word once or twice or something, or record something accidentally. I can't imagine whether or not, those who might be there could find that just as offensive as the reverse on here. So, I mean, you got rules of the house, so everywhere. So I don't know. I like I said, I don't plan to be using any F words or anything like that. So, and I have marked this not for children. Although I'll be completely honest, I don't know if anybody else who puts videos up is a little confused. Like, at least at first, I understand that you can create content explicitly for children. I think that's what it means. But I don't know who would be doing. I mean, are you doing a puppet show or something? I mean, you're doing your own version of Blue's Clues or something. I guess that's great if you're making children's but man, I would think children's programming would be like with Mr. Rogers, Captain Kangaroo. That's got to be some of the most complicated audience that there is. It's lucrative. It's a very lucrative business. I mean, Barney made a lot of money. There's lots of different things for children. If you can get into that and do that as far as you can make a lot of money. But then the other flip side of that is also, what are you making? What are you really doing? What are you telling kids? What are you teaching them? I really don't think that I am capable of doing any of those things at all. And I'm not sure some other people are either, but I don't know. It's a funny thing. I just think it's weird that we have something kind of like that on YouTube. Yes, we have something like that on YouTube. Is your content created for children? No. Now, is it suitable? Should a child be listening to it? And I guess as far as from here, I don't know what person would be listening to me right now anyways, maybe not any, because I can definitely empathize and sympathize with the fact that if you're listening to anyone, for more than 5 minutes, then it better be something that has or holds your interest. I don't know that there's a teenager or a kid that, while I'm not sure anyone could, I definitely can't imagine a child being interested in it, because I don't think, I was 13 years old when I got into radio as far as an interest, so you never know. But yeah, I don't make any content specifically for children, or for anyone for that matter. I make content for myself, and then of course for anyone else who might be interested in sharing. That's my aim. That's my goal. That's the thing that I would love to do, is to find out also other people who want to do the same things and build a community from that. Talking about things anywhere from, I suppose sports maybe, but I'm not really I'm not a sports guy. I mean, I don't follow sports that way or that often. And if I did or whatever, people talked about sports, I don't know if anyone who's ever tried to, I won't say pretend or go along with it. I don't know anything about. I mean, I know about sports well enough to watch some of them, like football or usually basketball I've watched, hockey, but I don't know enough about those things to speak intelligently in terms of, the game, yeah, he's got this score, that percentage. I couldn't tell you, man. I don't know. And so, but if, like I said, building a community, I guess I could elaborate a little bit on that in terms of community. What do I mean by community? Well, I've hit a bit on it before, a little bit, in terms of when YouTube first started out, they had this thing where, if someone made a video, other people could make videos that were in response to that. And I don't know if that still happens today. I don't see it very much. Maybe it's, the constraints, the confines of whatever. I mean, there's a recommended in the watched list and all that kind of stuff that can kind of come up. And of course, the promoted, that's pretty much always been there. But there used to be a time that if a person did a video vlog or any kind of, whatever, you could actually get people that would then click on something to reply to it, and then that would literally be tied to that video. So once you saw that video, you could actually see all the replies along with it, which kind of similarly, I think, resembles today what is TikTok, in that you can respond to short clips and stuff like that, or whatever, from someone, whether they're making a funny video or, tackling a certain topic or whatever. So it was a little bit similar to something like that. And so by talking about a community, maybe it's long since time passed that that's something that is, reliable or relatable in terms of this format here anymore. In terms of, I think the real difference between TikTok and YouTube is YouTube was like maybe a couple minutes, sometimes more, sometimes a lot more. Usually, I think it was always limited to 15 minutes unless you had a specific kind of account, not a monetized account, but an active creator's account. They could go longer than 15 minutes. But I think there too, sometimes you could have a 5-minute video that sometimes someone would give up. And I don't know, I can't cite of any specific specific example of this, but a 15-minute response to a 2-minute clip. It's I don't see that being much of a thing on TikTok. I think TikTok is more of a shorter format, shorter content. So usually it's maybe at best a 2-minute response, a 30-second response to maybe a 2-minute video or something like that. Which might actually be easier, and I could see myself maybe in the future doing something like that. But what I'm aiming for and would like to do on here as far as building a community is something similar along the lines of that, and to, maybe put together a forum, maybe set up a kind of thing where people can, get together and, I don't know, have a page or something like that, or some kind of thing where, instead of individuals, and some people don't, I'm sure, want to do this. I mean, I've seen other tubers that, I mean, they full boat have all their things together and whatnot. And that is what it is. But for me, I really plan to go at or doing something more towards, at least if, building a community, I would like to, like I said, have something where it's a collective. When I say collective, gosh, that may be off the mark of what I actually mean. Like doing content, but also being linked. But like I said, I don't do political content. I'm not talking about, like I said, it would be different in the way that it wouldn't be about any particular, I'm trying to think. It wouldn't be about a particular, wow, I'm really glad that I'm actually doing, I mean, this is kind of, I would say, well, it's embarrassing. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't. I'm putting together right as I'm doing this radio show. This is happening as it's happening right now in my mind, in my brain, and trying to whittle and figure out exactly particulars as far as building a community. And, like I said, I don't want to do something in terms of something that's related to campaigns or specific ideologies, maybe, political stuff, things like that. I'm not interested in doing anything of the sort like that. But at the same time, I'm also not looking for something like jokes and humor and just, those are all great things too. But, I can say in my experience that I've known plenty of communities that have come and gone and risen and fallen. And many of the times with my experience with that, it's been kind of all types. And even though a lot of times they don't start out a particular way, sometimes eventually they'll kind of lean a certain way, because the truth of the matter is that to be creative, to really truly care about this, to make this vlogging and social media content something that truly means to be something that you engage with, it can be tough, and it can be extremely tough, especially if you've got a lot of other things going on in life, like a family, a job, a particular, I wouldn't say just a job, I mean career, or a specific type of thing. There's lots of things that can come up in life, and I'm not saying that those things are bad or whatever, but the first and foremost is, it's like you have all those things happening, and like I said, the certain kinds of things like politics, for example. I mean, there's a lot of content in terms of politics. There's a lot of content when it comes to sports. There's a lot of content when it comes to a lot of different, like wrestling. There's a lot of content when it comes to comedy. But the thing is that in life, that's not all there is. And it's, you can have different things also, but it's all or nothing. And it's like, and if you don't have any of the things that I mentioned, it seems like people don't really appreciate that. It's boring. We don't really care. I mean, ASMR is a really big community, and I would say that might be kind of one of the exceptions, but even ASMR has progressed and developed, and it's become huge. But even with ASMR now, there's actually niches and whatever. And I don't want to create any of that in terms of community. What I would like to create in terms of community is vlogging, social media in terms of, sharing experiences and basically just talking about life, just life. And even as boring as that can be, if, you can express it, if you can feel it, if you know it, if you can share, parts of your life and, experiences, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't want to say it's like a pure vlogging type of thing. That's that's not what I'm saying. I think ASMR and I think, all the different things that I mentioned before can be vlogging as well. It's just that it'd be nice if the interest, like for me specifically, 80s and 90s content, pop culture, that would be a focal point in terms of my interest in things that whatever, like, but also TV shows, films, movies, books. I don't do a lot of reading, as you can tell. No, I'm just kidding. But books, music to some degree. Although, like I said, the primary thing is, and maybe things that are funny. It doesn't have to be. How do I put it? It doesn't have to be all of one thing. And at the same time, it can be exactly what I said, which is it's just about life, about vlogging, about sharing an experience, not to be necessarily entertaining, not to be upsmanship with other people as far as competing, just simply individuals sharing what they feel is in that context, in that vein, living life and, sharing their passions for the things that fill it. And like I said, that's why I'm not ultra critical about whatever there else is out there, but it's also why I think it's important, and I'm, doing it as you're hearing it, creating something more specific in the tone of what I said, as far as vlogging, a true experience as far as interest in life, not particularly a group or a campaign or an ideology or politics or, a specific genre or, whatever. Like I said, a general overall. And when I say general overall, yes, that obviously can include all of those things that I mentioned, but it isn't not one that's done in a spirit of competition or something where people are just literally trying to spend, time filling spaces with what we already experience outside of that that experience, that social media, like I said, experience. I mean, I can already talk about politics a million different places. I can already talk about the sports a million different places. I can already talk about, lots of other things. It's like, but, here, not trying to do that. And on top of it, not trying to sell you anything, not trying to get you involved with any, organizations and things like that. I don't want to be doing any of those things here. And that's not because they're not important, but the same feeling and the reason that I'm doing this, what I've been expressing and telling you about for this last close to 2.5 hours is that, if you decide that you want to have the same experiences and just have a love and a sharing of community, and it doesn't have to be a 4-hour radio. This right here is for me. I mean, in terms of a passion that I have for something that either people can experience and enjoy from the aspect of listening and maybe something I could do and put together in a way going forward, because I know at least I can do 4 hours, right? But even if I do something as little as the vlogs that I've done and other kind of content like diaries would be something that's a little bit more personal, where I literally deep dive in specifics. When I say more specifics, but more about myself personally, some things that I've touched with on this radio show and stuff. It's just, vlogging is just going to literally be me talking about life as I experience it. Diaries would be something more along the lines of me telling about my personal life and struggles and things that I'm thinking about in life. Like I said, different categories like that. Who knows? I mean, there is certainly, like I said, ASMRs is certainly something to also do as well, where, it isn't going to be a radio show like 4 hours, but it could be content that I could put together that's something more along the lines of what is traditional as far as that is concerned, but done in a way that, is strictly very much as you're kind of hearing now, in terms of like no scripts, no editing, just from start to finish, not 4 hours, but, from start to finish, just me, putting together something that, that's authentic. That's just me. And like I said, the vlogs won't, I would say in ASMR, like I said, you're probably, while not necessarily a script, it's probably going to be something that I have to at least make an outline format, something like that, outer layers that specifically have a structure for what I'm going to be saying, even though it may not be particulars. Like I could say, do an ASMR on, I don't know, I could talk about general subject or a particular subject, ASMR. Like I said, still keeping with the confines of where I'm at, and building a community. It as I'm saying it sounds like it may be something that I can do and collaborate and do with others, but some of it may have to do with just what I put together for myself. I mean, I can maybe find a way to put together a forum if there's eventually, I can build an audience with whatever I do. And I'm not saying that that's the ultimate goal, but I'm saying to you, if it is, I would build a forum and, create content here, but also make sure that, if, I'm doing a voice vlog, but maybe some people like typing and, rather express themselves through that medium better. Or, maybe they want to do video vlogging or whatever. Like I said, take that on, maybe have something to where, people can do that. And I know laughably, it's like, well, there's lots of other different options and stuff like that. And I'm sure there is plenty of it I'm aware of, and to some degree, and much of it I'm probably very ignorant on. I know that there's other sites besides YouTube as well, but like I said, to me, the content is the most important. So, like, along with the foundation that I've laid as far as with the vlogging, and now, with this as far as doing this second stress test, what I plan to build up from there as far as the structure, it is going to be, like I said, content. Just me specifically talking about, like I said, day-to-day life and sharing it with my vlogs. Maybe at some point doing a radio show. Probably, really not as necessarily 4 hours either. Like I said, it just really depends on how this goes down. If I can do 4 hours like this, I'm not doing a script or editing or anything like that, well, then I could definitely do an hour. I could definitely do 2 hours if I want. I could also do a live at some point if that should move me as well. But right now, primarily, just going to start off with doing vlogs. I want to do this stress test and see where I'm at. And in terms of any other content, like I said, the ASMR thing is definitely something that I'm interested into doing, and the diaries. As far as anything else, as far as specific, trying to think. I mean, I suppose there is also, I mean, I could do features. I could do some specifics like Star Wars. I could do a video vlog. Probably do a video vlog. I got the camera I need. I'll do a vlog, or I could do a voice vlog about Star Wars or Star Trek, or something like that. That would be something funny. But keep in mind when I say that. See, here's the thing. It's like with the sports things. One thing I don't want to do is I don't want to get into the minutia of debates about who and what and how and why this or that is happening with such and such, and who. That is not something that I'm interested in. I mean, granted, I'm not saying that there are taboos here. I'm not talking about censorship. There's obviously certain behavior in any context that is appropriate and not. And I'm not talking about, like I said, censorship as far as whatever. But, if what I say earlier about this not being for children, right? Adults can express themselves, hopefully, in a wide variety of different ways. Maybe sometimes they can't. But, at least I specifically sometimes use words that I don't know always exactly what the meaning is, or I try to push myself to express myself to be, and if that comes off as phony or as, look what he's trying to do, that's okay. But I'd much rather do that than, not necessarily be aware enough to go, hey, you know what? Maybe the way that I see things, or maybe the way I'm explaining things, aren't going to always make the same amount of sense to everybody. I'm not trying to be everything to all people, but, if what I'm doing, and it will, with what I'm doing and what I'm saying and how I'm going about this, it only applies to a niche or a certain group of people, whatever, that's okay. That's great. But you know what? That's not an intention going into this. It's not, who I am is just who I am. If people like that, if people enjoy that, if I make friends along the way, that to me is what is important. Not being anything and everything to all people, but part of who I am is, being respectful to people, showing appreciation. I don't want to say, I go so far as call everyone family or loved ones or brother and things of that nature, because I have my tendencies to do that as well. But the truth of the matter is that I've spent a lot of my life, I'd say many times, especially outside of here, being things, I want to say not who I am, but being what it is the world, expects. And yeah, this is a release from that. But the release that I'm talking about isn't in terms of, coming here and, maybe just, being rude or disrespectful or not being decent, not kissing anyone's butt, but also not specifically going out of the way to be rude. That's if I understand some people have outlets where they have to express themselves in a lot of different ways, but that isn't me, and that isn't what I'm trying to build here. And so, like I said, yeah, when it comes to the topics and things like that, I'm not shunning any of those things. Sports, news, politics, religion, any of those things. Those are great. But I don't want to, I that's not what this is about. And like I said, without the editing and adults that would participate and contribute to this, I'm really gonna hope and appreciate that. That's where it stays. It stays, but that's where it comes from as far as people and the content that maybe they want to share. Like I said, and be a part of. I don't want, and I know it's babbling, but understand, I'm doing this off the cuff. So, yeah, like I said, it's if those are the things you want to share, great. If that's what you want to be a part of, great. But do it because you want to. Do it because you enjoy it. Do it because it's authentic. I mean, and I talk about the editing thing quite a bit in this thing, but I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm not saying editing yourself is a bad thing, but I'm saying to you, I've edited myself too much in life, and the only kind of editing, and maybe it is editing, that I don't swear every 5 minutes. I swear a lot, but I can't really do a lot of that on YouTube. So, especially not if I want at least, for there to be access to the content that I'm making, so people can listen to it and go, nah, I'd rather not listen to it or go, yeah, that sounds kind of interesting. Like I said, you'll never see clickbaity, things on here either. And it could be to my detriment. I've seen advice that says what you gotta do is you gotta manipulate that algorithm just a little bit, right? You gotta get people enticed to do something, and then, once they click on it, you'll get views and stuff like that, and maybe they'll stick around if it seems like you bait them a little bit or string them along. That is not something I am remotely interested in doing. If you're here, I want it to be because you want to be here. And if you want to be here, I want it to be because for as long as you want to be here, and you can take it or leave it in terms of a purely respectful way. I mean, if you enjoy something, great. If you want to share something, know that I would certainly support you in the exact same way. I would be respectful if you ask for my criticism, or ask for an opinion or something like that. I might give it, provided that it's whatever. But I'm not going to put it up or offer it up, or whatever. But that doesn't mean that I can't interact with you in other ways. I mean, I think it's possible to have a genuine, real conversation and social experience without the drama, without expectations, and with sincerity. That is a very, very important, I would say probably one of the, if not the most important, in terms of just communication on here and with anyone who may or may not be a follower and wants to interact, is this, sincerity to say, hey, and for me, as far as criticism, as I don't, this is the internet. I don't anticipate, like I said, I don't show my video yet, but I'm sure criticism will come. I'm absolutely positive, people are going to have their say about things that I do or don't do, like or don't like. Okay, and that's part of life, man. People are not going to always whatever, but I'm not going to, what's the word? I'm not going to make more of that than it actually is, though. If someone doesn't like me, that's okay. That's all right. But that being said, that's me. I'm talking about myself. As far as the criticisms and things of that nature, as far as being rude or disrespectful to anyone else, like I said, YouTube already has its guidelines and house rules. So I don't think that I need to cull or be specific. Okay, you guys can't do this, you can't do that. I am a grown up. I am an adult, and for whatever that means, that means that, not just because I'm adult, because age doesn't necessarily mean wisdom or maturity, but I'm saying to you, my life experience has brought me to a point where, you know what, it's nice to be nice, and I'm not gonna be nice to be phony, but it's good to respect other people to the point of, if people are coming through and they have things that they feel or whatever, I can respect that. But here on this page, what I'm doing my best to create is something that, hey, if you like what you're hearing, hopefully you'll listen to it, hopefully you'll engage with it, hopefully you'll share if you want to. But the thing that I ask that it not be about any specific thing outside of just a personal, genuine, sincere life experience that is about something that you love, that you have passion for, something you care about. That is the primary point of what I'm saying in terms of creating a community. Is, like I said, is you're sharing and you want to be a part of it and create some content. And maybe this is something that you'd like to do as far as making content, or maybe it's just something where, hey, I like what you do, and like I said, if other people collaborate, I'm more than happy, or they share, to promote or push. When I say push, but let other people know. Like I said, I'm okay with that kind of thing. I'm okay with, maybe someone likes me, someone likes somebody else. I am here for the genuine interactions and what comes in terms of that that space that I mentioned before, in terms of sharing life experiences, being sincere, having something that you have a passion about, that you want to talk about or interact or articulate in a meaningful way. Sincerity. That's where I'm at, and hopefully that's where other people are at. And I mentioned the age thing, but it doesn't matter the age. I am an Gen Xer, but you don't have to be a Gen Xer. You can be a boomer. You can, hopefully, but you can be a boomer, baby boomer. You can be a Gen Y, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Gen whatever the heck else. It doesn't matter your background. It really doesn't. It's just primarily about what you want to share in a genuine way. Life meanings. You could do vlogs. You can do a voice vlog just like I'm doing. You can just make a comment. You can share. You can yeah. So in any way that you want. And like I said, as far as me building this up, me personally, I just plan to do exactly what I've been saying. I'm going to do the vlogs as far as sharing my life experiences, adding video to it. I definitely want to do diaries, and definitely as it progresses, find a way of doing maybe like a what I'm doing here, except maybe not 4 hours, unless this is received absolutely well in the stress test. So that is the, I should say, the nuts and bolts, the nooks and crannies, the gears and sprockets of the of the channel, of me, what I'm doing here. I've made it 2 hours and 48 minutes, and anyone who absolutely makes it along this ride, I love you. And I know that gets said a lot. Probably the thing I find most about when I watch other YouTubers or other social media individuals, and there's a lot of them out there, but I think like everything else when it comes to entertainment, which is what I started this off with, about knowing your audience, building an audience and all that kind of stuff. This has the ability to change people in all kinds of ways, whether you are in it, whether you're outside of it, whether you're just watching it or listening, whether it's TV, whether it's radio, whether it's podcasting, whether it's, forums and online social media groups or whatever. Okay. It changes people in ways that psychologically, at least in my experience, can be for some, and I want to word this correctly because it's easy to say that it's great or it's terrible, or not really know what to say either way, or use words that are kind of ambiguous more than anything else. But and the reason that I mention this now in terms of what it all does is that I say that I love you if you're listening to all of this. And I think that's important to really pinpoint, because when I say I love you, I don't know you. I don't know anyone potentially that could be listening to this for literally 4 hours. But again, let's say it happens. Let's pretend a little bit in our imagination that should happen. Yeah, I genuinely love people overall as far as humanity and man, because that's how I feel. I don't have a hatred. I don't wish people harm. I don't like to see people suffering or injured or anything like that. Pain is not something that I think is underrated. I think pain is horrible. I think, just because you don't do something that I would do, or because you're different than me, that, there's something that obviously if you have that I don't, that that I mean the worst for you, or, I think you think vice versa. It's just, like I said, so, and I say that because when I use the term love, and I think like a lot of words, it gets overused. Love, family, friends, sometimes things that are said in terms of their meaning to express gratitude are oftentimes, I want to say, are tickets, right? They're tickets to, they're tickets with an obligation and two sides to them, right? The expectation, right? And of course the end expectation and then the anticipation. And I am really probably going to be very messy here, as I've been. But the thing is that when I say I love you, I couldn't possibly know anyone, at least specifically, unless I asked them to listen or they knew me or something and listened. I don't know a general person that could come across this and listen for 4 hours. But hypothetically, let's say that they did. When I say that I love them as a general of man, that's part of what I mean by loving them. But I also love them as far as in terms of, that means a lot to me that anybody would listen for any amount of time besides maybe 30 seconds and actually genuinely care enough to give their time and understand, of all the things that I think are the most important thing in this world, I think time is the most important thing, if you can call it a thing, the most important thing in this world, because you can't get it back once it's spent. Everything else is meaningless next to time. And, that's what I mean is in terms of that ticket. So when I say that I love you, that's what I mean by I love you. Not because I think the expectation is that you'll always love me, or I will always love you, or that we have some kind of relationship if we don't, we haven't established that. I don't say that I love you in terms of an expectation, though. And that's an important thing because, as much as I am appreciative of the fact that anyone could ever listen to me, I also don't have any expectations when I say that of the person that I'm saying it to, because, that's what I mean by what I'm saying. And I don't want any expectations or put myself up for any expectations, rather, of saying, well, tomorrow, if you decide you don't want to listen, or maybe you subscribed and then you don't subscribed, and somehow you owe me or I owe you or something like that, that'll never happen. And, if, who knows, maybe I say something that makes you angry, or, there's something that I don't like about, something that's said. Well, you listened, but maybe you might have said this and I don't understand it or whatever. That's all right. And that doesn't have anything to do or change the fact that I said, hey, I love you, in terms of the fact that, you listened or gave me your time in the first place. That doesn't change. That doesn't mean that other things won't change. I mean, real love, actual love, and I guess I can kind of like transition is, I think love, there's different kinds of love, obviously, at least to me, I think. And I guess I'm not pontificating, I'm just giving my experience, is in that. And the thing is that, I mean, there's a romantic love that you have for someone who you may feel that you need, but that you want. Sometimes that doesn't always work out. Not because you don't love them, but because in life, things can get complicated. I also mentioned the thing about family. That's another word that gets thrown around. Family. If you say family, does that automatically mean that you love your family? I don't know that I think it does, because I think you can have family that you don't love. You can have family that you don't like. And I don't know that necessarily the two are exactly the same. I think you can love someone that you don't like, and I think you can like somebody that you don't love. I think that's a possibility. But words definitely should mean something if they're said, especially if they're ones as deep as love and family and friends and all that kind of thing. When I talk about in terms of, online social media and knowing your audience and how it changes people, one of the things I kind of notice is that sometimes you'll get people that'll do vlogs or any kind of outlet, and then they'll say things like, I love all you people, right? Right? I love all you people, right? And it's usually said from a lot of different things. I think mostly it's out of gratitude when it's said a lot of times, because let's face it, people can do a lot of things on here for a lot of different reasons, not least of which is that, under certain circumstances, there's this can make a person rich. This can make a person pretty well off, especially if you do the right kind of things. I'm not talking about social media. I'm talking about TV, movies, everything. I mean, you can think that you love people, and people can think that they love you as well. And maybe this kind of goes into why I absolutely would not and will not, unless I can help it, do anything in terms of being phony, or why I don't like to edit myself, because I'm afraid of that for myself, or anything like that, is because, it's like I may love people, I may hate them at the same time or at different times as well. And I'm not saying that that's not something that, a mature adult might expect. I'm simply saying that I think sometimes it can go deeper. It can become deeper. And I think that's the fear a lot of people have when it comes to relationships overall. I think that's probably a big reason why there are the kind of issues that we have with relationships and love and all kinds. experiences is because, it's, to take the risk to be hurt, to take the risk to lose, to take, the opportunities that you have and know that they may not necessarily last forever, no matter what you do, whether it's how much you love, how much you create. It's life is very tough in that. I don't want to be, like I said, get into the mud. I mean, people know these types of things. Just point being is that, I think if you do something like this and it kind of comes with a certain kind of popularity or a certain kind of success, that has a lot to do with what changes you. Besides just life itself, I think if you don't have that kind of experience, things can happen as well. It's just nobody else is going to really know about it unless they can see it or hear it. But yeah, I think this however unique experience changes people because I'd mentioned money, but success, fame, a lot of those things can happen for a lot of things. Like I said, I'm not talking about just social media. I'm talking about entertainment in general. And, those things can, flipping burgers at McDonald's can have an effect, after a long enough time too. It's just, I'm just articulating that, in relationships, there are changes that'll happen and things that'll happen to us that, while despite our aims and our expectations or where we stand, what we do can be influenced so much from what happens to us. And I know from my own personal experience as well, that I've been saying, and that's what I'm presenting here in that perspective, is that when I say I don't want to be anything other than genuine, that is my attempt, and is my commitment to this, as far as being truthful, being honest, being about what it is that I've been broadcasting now for almost 3 hours. At 3 hours, got an hour left to go. But yeah, like I said, when I say I love you, I mean that in the sense of, I love you for giving me your time. And that's it. That's all. Simple as that. Love you for giving me your time and giving me your consideration when, the life that you have is spent in the currency of time that you spend. And if you spend it with me, if you spend it on me, thank you. And I don't ever want to be not appreciative or grateful or have gratitude for that. It doesn't mean that I won't ever let you down. It won't mean that I'll be perfect, or that, I can promise you things, but I will give you my word that I won't start off doing that. And that is also a big chunk of why I don't edit and why I have made the, proclamation and determination to, like I said, be who I am genuinely. If you like what you like, great. But I won't say things to put you down or make you feel bad, and I won't say things to, blow smoke up your butt, as some people will say, or try to, convince you of something in terms of, sincerity, so that I can say, hey, for $4.95 a month, it's like you can do this or that. I mean, like I said, if this gets monetized, that's great. If I had something where I needed to do Patreon or something like that, that's great as well. But, I don't have any money. I am poor. I got as many problems as any or of all of you. And so, like I said, if you're here, you're giving me your time, I'm grateful for that. In terms of what I produce, there's not going to be a situation where I'll go, I got this many followers. Maybe if all of them could chip in $5 a month, it's like the thing that would, why would I do that? Why? So do I give you less content for the $5? I mean, keep in mind, I'm not trying to be critical of anybody. I'm talking about myself. Like I said, as far as, for that $5, I mean, I suppose if you tell me that there's something of value that you would want, and then I can produce, whatever, that might be different, but I enjoy doing this. And like I said, is in terms of, I don't think anybody doesn't like money or success, but at the same time, I'm not going to sell you a terrible crap burger just because I think I can and I can make $1. If my content's good enough, if you enjoy doing what you're doing and it makes sense for something more than what you're already doing, then I will give you my word. I will talk to you about it first if some other hypothetical situation like that would happen. But just be genuine enough to, know that, yeah, I'm not doing this, like I said, to be famous or to be mega rich or to be a rock star or to have my name. That's not important. That's not success to me, because I can tell you right now, let's just say hypothetically I did get all those things. Let's just say all of those things happened, but at the same time, I wasn't me. I was phony. If I were fake, if I just told you things to sell you things because, I'm trying to pay bills or whatever, because I need, a really expensive car, or my house isn't big enough, or something silly like that. Well, that to me is the definition of a failure. That would be a failure to me, because this would be a job. This would be something I'd have a passion for, and this isn't something that I would be having a love for. That is me building something so that I can take care of myself for as long as I can, because I think in the back of my mind that either I'm going to live forever or that this life is only ever about just me, and the fact that, guess what, I'm not going to live forever. So, I'd like this to be about something of substance, something that matters. To me, the success would be is if I do this, not if, but as I'm doing this, I make a connection with people sincerely who share interest of things that they love and have a passion for. That's not about things, outside of this in terms of, or trying to get something about a campaign idea, politics or religion or sports or anything that's an expectation. To sincerely enjoy this content in life. Talk about life. There's so much more to life than what we're given and what's edited to us. And if you can break through that, if I can break that and you can break through that, and if that is what can come forward, that is a success to me. And yeah, if I can do it in a way that I can make, I can live off of it and get the things that I need so that I can do it, that is success to me. Not being number one, not being anything and everything to all people. I can't do that. That wouldn't be honest. That's not real. That's not the truth. I cannot do all that. I can try to do that, and I can make as many people as possible miserable if I maybe find a way to manipulate them and use some kind of psychology to break through into a community or an audience that, kind of genuinely hates me or something like that, because that can happen as well. What goes up comes down. And I think sometimes when you do see situations where people, whatever is given is never not enough. It's the gratitude, the expectations, the sincerity, the realness, the reason that people chose to spend their time, and then it feels like it's a waste. It's a terrible investment. That would hurt me, and that'd be something that I don't want, and that's why I described my failure and then I described what would be a success. I don't want that. I'm not gonna tell you something, or say, hey, I say I love you, then that means that, that means exactly what it is. I love you. And it's not I love you because I think you all like me, really, really, really like me. It's not that. It's because you've spent your time and given it to me, if you're listening, or especially if you go even further and you participate and you contribute and, you share, because it's not just about me, it's about you too. And, like I said, I don't ever want to be someone who doesn't seem grateful either, because, when I say grateful, understand what, everyone has different and definition of grateful, but to me, grateful means to do every ounce of what I'm doing now, which is I'm talking into an iPhone with 40 gigs because I don't have any money and I don't have any other way to build or do anything else except what I love. That is all I have. This is all I have right here. And I don't know about this algorithm. I don't know about anything and everything else that I can get. And I am dreaming, I am talking in a way that, like, what if I won the lottery? But you know what? Even if none of that happens, at least I said it. At least I put my passions forward, and I did everything that I could do, because I've talked myself out of this more ways than I can tell you. And with all the things that I've discussed in this radio broadcast about who I am and where I've been through and what I've done and the problems and struggles that I have, that's it. That's who I am. That's me. And I really, really do hope you understand that I'm not young. I'm in my 40s. And of all the things that have changed and all the things that I'm not, that who you're hearing and what I'm saying, this is who I am, and that hasn't changed. I'm not a perfect person. I'm absolutely not. And, like I said, I'm not looking at this as an opportunity to do anything other than what I said, which is to do the thing that I love and to do the thing that, makes me happy and fulfills my life. So this is a stress test. This is 4 hours of me straight talking. And let's be honest, 40 seconds of this can be too much for most people. 4 seconds of this. But this is the investment I'm making. I don't have a promoted algorithm. I'm not paying to advertise this. I understand that every 4 minutes or something like that, you could be listening to this and having a commercial interrupt you if you don't have Prime. I get it. Why should you bother? I think about all those things. It's just like, but if I did it for any reasons other than what I said, I wouldn't be here, because, I will put in the work. Okay, I will put in the work, and especially if it's something that you're spending your time and you appreciate, I will put in the work. I will never, like I said, sell you something that you don't need, that you don't want, that I don't need, that I don't really want, for reasons other than, not no reasons, but I mean no reasons other than the fact that, I just don't think it's necessary for me to use this as a way to, I don't need to use this as a way of, how do I put it? I mean, making a life, certainly, like I said, viewers, if it gets monetized, great. But I don't need this as a way of finding my life's purpose by selling and convincing people things that I just don't believe in. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to do that, and that's not a shot at anything or anyone or anything like that. That is just me sincerely, without a script, with nothing else, telling you how I feel. And that is how I feel. And I really do hope that just 3 hours and 14 minutes that we've gone along this line, 45 minutes later, I'm just hoping that that isn't going to be something that's that falls apart, gets corrupted, or so. I mean, just any myriad of things. But that's who I am, and that's where I'm at. Yeah, but this is a stress test. I'll be honest. Before I did it, while I was doing it, and even still haven't completed it, it's a stress test not only on the equipment I'm using, which is an iPhone, but it's a stress test on me as a human being, and what I can put into this phone and think to myself, yeah, is this really something that I think that the best I can do with what I have? And it is. I know you can say, well, it's that battle to not give up, that sense to not give up. Well, sure. Like I said, experiences in life changes us. But I will be happy with the fact, after this, literally anticipating 4 hours, I did 4 hours nonstop. So if I can do 4 hours of this, I'm sure I can do 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just as easy. Like I said, I don't do any scripts or edits in the way of things that could improve as far as, besides technically, as far as equipment and all that stuff, as far as producing. I separate producing and production as a little bit of producing, meaning just, creating overall content, overall production as in terms of what goes into it as far as the physical and, like equipment and materials, like, writing something down, doing an outline, the way that I talk, the way that I'm speaking, training, exercises so that I can make it more pleasant for you as you're listening. Those are productions and stuff. So there'll be productions and things that I'll produce. But like I said, editing and in presenting myself in a way that isn't me by doing cuts and things like that. Again, no criticism of anyone else. It's just that is not the thing that I do. So, I think writing on a cue card or just writing down a topic and then hitting the microphone. I think that would be probably about the extent of my preparation that I might do. I certainly might just write down, hey, yeah, that was the thing I might want to talk about or whatever. I'm not doing any of that right now. And honestly, if you're listening to this, and you got an opinion on what I should do in terms of that, what you like and appreciate, if you like this or you whatever, let me know. That'd be cool. If someone else is listening and going, yeah, you know what, man, you you really ought to get a better microphone or something. I'm just, but, or you could say, yeah, you don't need to edit. You're doing just fine, man. I was completely enthralled with this entire 4 hours and I had nothing better to do. Not nothing better to do, but I'm saying maybe, but maybe you just enjoy it. I don't mean it. That might have sounded bad, but yeah, you enjoyed doing what you're doing and listening to me, and I appreciate that. But if you're like, hey, you know what, you did all right, or I stuck in here this long, because it's tough, it's having, I guess, as we're kind of leaning towards the 3-hour 18 mark, I will say that something that I've noticed in the 40 years that, as far as social media and just people in general, is just, I talk about time, and maybe this is a good thing. Maybe when I say good, I want to talk about good and bad, but maybe it's a better thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a positive. I'm not really talking much social commentary. I'm just simply saying that something I've noticed is that social commentary is something I can do to a degree, but not in a serious note or like advice or whatever. I don't really plan on. I mean, like I said, I give my perspective and my experiences, but that's it. Like I said, commentary as far as who, what, where, why I should do, how, and when is whatever. But the excuse me, and if you have opinions on what anything I said, please, leave a message or send me whatever. Point is, the thing I think I've noticed the most as time has progressed and through the 40 years I've been living is that, and maybe it's a good thing as far as the time is concerned, is that people are absolutely different in terms of, I think, the way that we spend our time and why. I mean, as I said before, I think time is a currency, and how you spend it on and why and where, you can't get it back, man. There's no refunds, So, I mean, with that, though, I think growing up, in the 80s and 90s and stuff, I mean, we had very little options. So, like the big three. If you didn't want something on ABC, NBC, or CBS, then you better go outside and do something else, right? And if you went outside and did something else, unless you lived in like a big city like Los Angeles or New York where there's plenty to do, if you had a lot of money, if you were in a medium, small town or maybe a decent sized city, you had a few things that you could do, especially if you were younger and you didn't have much money at all or much money that was your own, or if you did, whatever. Yeah, I mean, aside from them 3 channels, the arcade, that was always fun. Arcade and pool hall. Bowling was, I love bowling. You can go see a sports team, although that was not cheap, and you usually have to have somebody take you to do it. I grew up poor, so pumping quarters into the Double Dragon at the local arcade was always fun. Or playing, a Golden Axe was another one. But yeah, and that all went away. First it was Atari, then it was Nintendo. So that was something you could do. That was something that really changed the landscape in terms of entertainment, Instead of going outside, playing on the jungle gym and throwing the old football around and stuff like that, you could go home and play some Mario. Super Mario, man. Let's see. But yeah, that's, the times that you had were limited, but, good times in bed, they stuck with you. Now, man, you got over 400 some channels or more, thousands. I mean, I'm talking about on TV, you got satellite, you've got streaming platforms and stuff. I mean, you don't have to run to Blockbuster and hope you paid them late fees. Otherwise, you wasn't going to be renting anything unless you, at least some places we had video update too, and in fact, I think they had so many late fees and people had a problem about it, that if you put something on it, then they would allow you to rent something else. It was our struggles, man. And that's, of course, if you were fortunate enough to have a VCR, which we did not. So, I mean, yeah, it was the three different channels, and then in the 80s it was like UHF. And if you're old enough to remember the UHF, Like, because I did. I remember we had WCCO, we had KARE 11, and we had KSTP, and we had a fourth actually. It was WCCO, KSTP was KARE 11, and then KMSP. It was 4, but the 3, WCCO was CBS, KARE was NBC, and KSTP was ABC. So KMSP was an independent, and so they basically got most of the syndicated, affiliated, independent studios that would, I guess, contract with them to produce stuff that you wouldn't necessarily see on any of the other 3 channels during the prime time. And that we're talking about primarily prime time. NBC, CBS, and ABC did mostly prime time. I think stuff on the weekend as well. Yeah, prime time and the weekend as well. And then, of course, Fox came to the good old Twin Cities, and then people had something new to watch, and watch they did, because while a lot of Fox's programming when they first came out struck out, there was a few of them that did pretty well. And when I talked about time and stuff and the way people spend, keep in mind that a lot of the shows that stuck around, and I was talking about Fox when it got premiered, but even some of the other networks, they did so not because they were immediately successful, right? I mean, Seinfeld wasn't immediately successful from what I read, but it became successful because they mostly everybody had limited amount of time. I mean, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have streaming. None of those were options. If you stuck home, and unless you were drinking or something like that, which I didn't do because I was a child, but, unless you had someone to socialize with, which people did, that was what you had. And so, it's like, this may not be good, but at least you have an audience. They're captivated. That's literally what captivated audience. They're captivated because they can't go nowhere else. And so, some of the shows got better, but they weren't great. And the funny thing is now guys like myself who loved growing up in the 80s and 90s, at least for that element of it, we still remember things like shows like when Fox first premiered, like 21 Jump Street or Married with Children, right? Star Trek: The Next Generation. I am a huge Star Trek fan. I'm a nerd. I love Star Trek: The Next Generation. It was my favorite. Picard was my favorite captain. And I'll be honest, before I seen Star Trek: The Next Generation, I kind of hated it, because the only reference I had to someone who was bald that was sort of on TV and, ironically on a ship was Captain Stubing on the Love Boat. And for whatever reason, when it first came out, I hated the idea of a bald captain, because I'm thinking, Love Boat? and I flipped to the channel a couple times because it was on UHF. It eventually came on UHF because Fox 9, I believe, lost the license. Those were the first 4, and then UHF came along, and then you had some alternative stations on that band as well, and they got the rights, or they contracted with Fox. It was called Fox 29, KITN, if anyone's listening. At this point, from Minneapolis, Minnesota, like, what are the odds, right? They got the rights for television Fox. I think it was after the first or second year that it was out. It switched to 29 KTN, and I hadn't watched The Next Generation for like probably a couple of years after it was really on. I mean, I'd seen it, but if you know, I mean, you see a show, but you don't really see it. You know, you know what's on. You watch it for about 5 minutes. You're like, yeah, that's okay. That's how Star Trek was for me until at least the second season. And then it kind of became good. I mean, it wasn't great. It still wasn't way better, but I watched it. I got into it, and I was part of that captivated audience, right? I mean, it was either that or a bunch of other shows I didn't care. I didn't watch Cheers. I didn't care about Cheers. I know, how dare I? I didn't watch Cheers. I watched Star Trek Next Generation. And it came on, I believe, Sundays. I'm pretty sure it came on Sundays, which was even greater because on that, I think NBC had like the Golden Girls and Empty Nest and a bunch of other stuff. So there really wasn't anything else. And then there was like some cop shows that it's like, let me tell you something. If you grew up in the 80s and 90s, we loved ourselves some cop shows. Because let me tell you something, even if it wasn't a cop show, they could fool you into making you think it wasn't a cop show, but it was a cop show. You know, they call it something else, but it's a cop show. And for whatever reason, unless you were a doctor or lawyer or a cop, that was pretty much the end of the spectrum in terms of what it is you could be doing and do any kind of serious drama or show. So like I said, I like Star Trek The Next Generation. They're flying around on a ship, you know, going where no man has gone before. I didn't like the original Star Trek too much. I'd seen it, but I didn't watch it on a persistent basis. So I didn't become a Star Trek nerd until, like I said, about the second season. Then I went back and watched the originals and got the reruns and caught up. It is my favorite show of all time. And the reason I told that is that because, as I said, it wouldn't have been my favorite show of all time, especially not now, considering everything that I've seen since. And maybe it's nostalgia, sure. But, yeah, that's what built the audience and stuff. And I speak about that and talk about that today because, in contrast, you have plenty of other different shows, right? Shows that have been on, you know, maybe like not even 2 or 3 episodes and they're canceled. And some of them are good shows. They're far, far better than some of the shows that premiered back, at least for me, in the 80s and 90s. But it's just like some of them, they won't give them a chance. And it's like, I don't exactly know why that is. I'm assuming it's because, you know, if, you know, networks are losing money on other things because they're these huge conglomerates, they've got to make up those revenues, and the stress is far more. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just simply saying. But, yeah, I mean, the thing was with network shows today, and I mentioned the thing earlier in the broadcast about commercials, it's so tough and so hard to find good content that you're interested in and be able to stick with it and have that knowledge in the back that, you know what, even if this isn't perfect, or if I do find some kind of interest, it's not going to be like canceled immediately, you know? And it's like, that is pretty much the experience that I've had, you know, is that, yeah, it's like you watch a show called Married with Children, and it wasn't great when it first started either. In fact, if I remember correctly as well, Married with Children, The Simpsons, and I can't remember, I think there was another one. They actually got on a hit list by a certain group that was really, really not too keen on Fox and its lineup. I'm not getting into all the social dynamics or aspects of that, but people were... It ruffled some feathers, man. I mean, in the 80s, people kind of had this sensibility that the thing that really made us different in the 80s or made people different in the 80s was the fact that we weren't the 60s, we weren't the 50s, we weren't the 60s, and we weren't the 70s. We were the 80s, the me generation. And that's that. If you know what I'm talking about, there's actually a time cover that literally kind of set that trend in some ways as being the me generation. So we had our issues and stuff, just like anything. But the point is that, yeah, people, had the sensibilities that we weren't those decades, and that we could, we could be in for more. We could be expansive in our tastes as far as things being different and things like that. And so when Married with Children, The Simpsons, right? Like I said, I think there's one other one and stuff. Like I said, they got put on a hit list. They got protested. People didn't like the family dynamics and the way that they were being portrayed on Fox. So it, but my point with that whole thing is that the odd thing is that fast forward some years later, and even when I say fast forward years, I'm talking about years that the show hasn't even been on the air. Married with Children ended in the mid 90s or something like that. It had a good run, but it wasn't until maybe about, I could say more recently and stuff like that. It's revered now by what I would probably almost assume in some circles it would have been the opposite back then, because people thought the primary criticism of Married with Children and The Simpsons was the fact that when it was on Sundays, which is during prime time and family time. And, it wasn't any one group or citizens that just didn't like it. It was on a hit list by more than just one group too. And so they had their critics. And the point that I'm making is that I would say, aside from it not being exceptionally good, and Fox did cancel a bunch of shows, Duets, which was a show that I liked that they did, even when I was really young. I'm watching, I forgot the woman's name. I thought she was cute. I was 10, 11 years old. What was I thinking? But, yeah, I thought she was cute. I watched Duets. It wasn't mature in the way that it wasn't anything salacious on it. It was a bit of a more adult appropriate show. But like I said, it got canceled and stuff. A lot of shows got canceled, and Fox had a lot of really stupid and terrible shows as well. That really whatever. Who knows, if they had been given a few more years, maybe they would have gotten better, Star Trek The Next Generation. But that is my point, though. Star Trek The Next Generation, and I'm using myself, it wasn't very good. But then, of course, I loved it. Now, your show's not great out the gate. You probably ain't going to be around long enough to make the kind of transitions and stuff that might make for a show that's not too bad become great or even better. And be more specific when it came to Star Trek to Next Generation, I would say one of the technical, production parts of the show is that they used to, for whatever reason, I don't know why it is, but for whatever reason, I guess Gene Roddenberry he was a visionary. Without Gene, there wouldn't have been obviously Star Trek, along with others as well. But the thing of it is that his vision for things that really, for the most part, when it came to the original Star Trek, it wasn't any more successful in the first 3 years either. It didn't make it past 3 years, and some people who are Star Trek fans don't always necessarily appreciate it. And it struggled for the 3 years that it had been on. From what I understand, it was close to getting canceled a few different times. But anyways, the point is, going back to Star Trek Generation, Gene Roddenberry had sold this idea to Fox, who was, competing with the other three networks for the first time, and he bought it and stuff. But the Star Trek The Next Generation, the first couple of years, especially the first year, it was not great. I mean, it was plagued with a lot of the very things that really got the first series canceled. And I don't know what it was or why, but he really, one of the critiques, if you want to go watch this or if you know what I'm talking about, he had a preference for putting them in onesies for some reason. I don't know. It takes place 300 years in the future, and for whatever reason, the best outfits they could come up with, aside from the ones that were in the original series, were these onesies. I guess it's much easier on the dry cleaning or something, or the cleaning or something. But yeah, they had these onesies and stuff, and they looked terribly uncomfortable. I mean, it's an afterthought, but still, it was the first year they had these onesies. Some of the scripts is in terms of the production. I mean, the themes were just really just why I didn't understand it. Yeah, I won't go too far into that. But the second season, they must have gotten rid of them onesies because they must have had enough complaints or something from the cast, because they made some alterations, but they weren't all the way better, because they were still, I think, sort of wearing a onesie, but then they gave them this like shirt that they would have to keep pulling. You could actually, like, even in the production in the show, like, you'd see things where occasionally Riker we'd have to pull down. He'd have to pull down the shirt, this costume he was wearing and stuff. And, it wasn't an afterthought. I mean, because they made, the scripts were way better the second season. But the production was something to be desired. Then the third season, I think if you never had watched Star Trek, or you passed on it the first time you watched the first season, you eventually got hooked after the second, maybe, because the story is really compelling. They introduced the Romulans back into the series towards the end, and they reintroduced, the Klingons, which they were very popular and stuff like that. And then, of course, the Borg came along in the third season. And then, I guess for whatever reason, NBC had decided, you know what, we have some kind of contract with NBC or something. And then the conclusion of the Borg introduction of season 3 had to be picked up in season 4 on NBC. And after the summer, because they did the finales at the end of the season, which was in the fall. Well, in the spring, and then after the summer was done, you had to come back in the fall to see the conclusion. So it was on a completely different network, and I don't know what that did to its ratings, but it was extremely successful, at least the year that it was on NBC, and I think they went back to Fox. I could be wrong on that, but when they did go to NBC for whatever, they didn't. I didn't know that they had gone there, so I was a little upset looking for it when I realized coming back after the summer that it was supposed to be on. But like I said, so that's how shows were produced. The other one I would say is the David Lynch one, Twin Peaks. Show I wasn't interested in. It was a great show. It was a pre-X-Files type of show that didn't have all the aliens and all that kind of stuff in terms of its mystery, but it had a very artistic style similar to the X-Files, and it was really good. It was also another show that probably wouldn't have lasted as long as it did, because it actually didn't last as long as it maybe could have at the time that it was either, because that thing I was saying about the art versus business, right? So the business came in, and one of the arcs of the story was it was a whodunit. It started off with the murder of a girl. I can't remember her name off the top. I didn't watch the series. I seen it. I didn't watch it, but Laura Palmer. That was it. Laura Palmer. That's stuck in my head. Laura Palmer was murdered. And if you've never seen it, I don't necessarily want to do spoilers, but Laura Palmer, who done it? And they wanted them to wrap it up within the first 2 seasons, which I guess they did to the chagrin of the producers and writers and obviously David Lynch. So they did that. The soaring ratings that they were experiencing at the time tanked because of it, because it's like, Cheers, will they, won't they? Well, once you've established what will happen, if you don't have some other things on, cooking, you don't have anything else going on, yeah, you might have an issue in terms of retention of that same audience that might either came or stuck around or was mainly interested in that story arc. But that's what happened to Twin Peaks. And so, like I said, what started off this entire thing about, the different shows through the 80s and 90s, and as it relates to time and how we spend it, is that, if you don't do something immediately fast and get a reaction or whatever, nowadays it really seems like that currency I was talking about in terms of time, being finite, is really something that people are more aware of now than they ever used to be. And I think it's because of the choice and options that people are afforded now that we just absolutely didn't, for bad or worse. And I'm not doing I'm not doing a criticism, and hopefully it probably seemed like I was kind of going there in some ways this last 15 minutes, but that's what I was basically saying, is that that's the contrast that I notice. And from my perspective is that things don't really come in and are weighed exactly the same way. And I'm not saying that they should or that's a bad thing, but I will say that if it's, a part of the jungle that we make, that we're a part of, that we're in, and it's part of our environment and whatnot, then it should be understood that when it comes to TV, radio, even social media, even this YouTube thing, there are going to be elements like that what I started off with, knowing your audience, that are kind of helpful as far as psychologically and mentally to kind of understand. Good and bad, those are things that genuinely are things you consider. I think that's my opinion. I consider them, and I can't say that I speak about it, like I said, always in the way as articulate as I can. Being off the cuff and no script, I will shut up about that, saying that as often as I have. But it's 4 hours, so maybe I haven't said it enough in this last hour. But it definitely is, and something bears in mind, because again, if you're not getting that investment, and if you're not making that investment, I don't always, my brain has changed quite a bit too, even though that's the exposure that I had in the beginning. That, if sometimes I'm longing, I'm trying to find a movie, I'm trying to find a film, trying to find something that's, that I'm interested in, and it's, 30 seconds might be more than enough. So if, and it comes to this 4 hours nearly that you may have been listening, because it is 3 hours and 48 minutes. You're listening to this. I'm almost there. We're almost there, if I'm fortunate enough to have anybody listening to this. But point is that, yeah, it is, like I said, it's, so that's what it means. That's why I said, if you've been listening this long, I love you, because I appreciate the time that you're spending, no matter who you are, because heck, this is 4 hours you could do any number of things. You spending it with me, and understand, even if it's 5 minutes, 5 seconds, I do appreciate that, and and understand when I talk about building a community, building the structures of on the foundation that I've laid out and I've talked about earlier this week in the vlogs and that. I do hope that that's something that will stick with you in terms of if you're going on this journey, you come upon this journey in some way, because there is a lot to talk about in life besides the things that we always seem to do or we kind of get involved with, and I'm hoping there's other people out there like that who feel the same way and have some of those same experiences, or a lot of the same experiences. Not exactly the same experiences all the way, all the time, everywhere, but enough to say, you know what, it'd be nice to have something where, we could sit around and talk about the 80s and 90s or wherever you're from, and not have it be about something political, religious, or have it be about something that's negative or a criticism or commentary or about religion or anything like that, which are all fine things, and there's nothing negative as far as in terms of a criticism of those things in of themselves. It's just that I think when it comes to time, I think time is something that you invest in as well, because there's something that you want to get back. There's an interest, there's a payoff in there, and sometimes that's not always rewarded. Sometimes you go on the trip, you tear the ticket, and there's times you wish that you hadn't, you hadn't, that this is you could have done a million other things. And like I said, time is that thing that you don't get back. And like I said, to me, investing in another person genuinely, sincerely, right, that isn't a failure. That isn't a waste of time if it's real, if it's sincere, if it's really about the human condition and getting to know someone, and at the same time getting to know yourself and learning something. And I realize that it can be tough to do, especially when you get accustomed to 30-second, 3-second vlog, and 30 seconds or 3-second captions of anything, and you can come away with it all different kinds of ideas and sometimes certainties that aren't always so certain. And it's like I said, there's many different kind of criticisms and stuff that people can make. Someone trying to sell a book, someone trying to sometimes use that time in a way to say, well, if you want to get more or something like that. I don't have any of those aims or measures in terms of success, because that's not what success looks like to me. Success looks like to me being able to do this and do what I want, and obviously if I can monetize this and get the things that I need, great, but that's not the reason why I do it. And so as far as anything else above and beyond, I'm grateful for, and that pays off in the fact that you can have my word that I will never ever fleece. I will never ever try to trade on that trust or that investment that in the time that you give me that you can't get back. Because you're not paying me, but like I said, in interest in time is an investment, and trust me, it's definitely one I think that we all know that we can really, really wish we had back, or sometimes we wish we would have spent a different way, especially when now time can be an investment that can contribute to things that, just like money, don't want to be any part of sometimes. And because I'm not trying to be negative, like I said, I mean, like I said, it is what it is. And sometimes in life we have to do what we have to do. It's just, I think it's better. I think it makes more sense. And I think it's easier when we actually have meaning and structure. And when I say structure, I mean an aim to do something and a means and whereby to do something that hopefully this 4-hour broadcast, if you listen to some of it, you may come away with some ideas that could inspire you and say, yeah, these are some frameworks. I find that interesting. Maybe I do a little bit something different there, or maybe you like to come along and subscribe and maybe see what this Voymonk has to say in terms of whatever. As far as Voymonk, it may seem a strange name. I thought about this just as I said it. I don't think I explained what it means, but it just, Voyager and Monk are two shows that I liked. And for want of a better word or name without being, too pizzazzy, I wanted something imaginative, but something that kind of meant. So I just went with Voyager, Monk, Voymonk. Those are two shows that I watched, and they weren't necessarily the most impactful. Like I said, Star Trek: The Next Generation was my favorite, but they were good shows. So that's what inspired it. So I thought Voymonk would be fine. It's as far as using my name, my personal. I mean, I probably will reveal those things in time and that kind of thing. It's just, I think, if you understand how anything in the world works now, you always want to be careful, too much about just throwing too much information out there, and finding that nice balance between being real and saying what is true and about you at the same time, without giving so much information that, I mean, you get a first name and a last name, so you can get someone, find out, you can do a search and get people's social security numbers and credit cards and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not, saying that happened or that. I'm just, the point is that, I sure as heck don't think I've said anything that I think, would whatever, but it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you can just, life happens to people, and, sometimes it's not always out of what you've done or didn't do, rule you break or rule you didn't break. Life just gets complicated, man. And, so Voymonk, that's the channel. That's this video voice broadcast radio. And, like I said, my name is Voymonk. Call me Voymonk. I don't really, I don't have a preference and stuff. Voymonk, Voymonk. It doesn't have any other, deeper meaning than what I just said. That's, it's a name. It captures as about as much as I'd like in terms of just some things that I like, and, sets me apart from, any other channel names and distinctions as well. But yeah, it is 3 hours and 57 minutes. So I have hopefully gotten here, and hopefully you've gotten here with me as well. Some other things that I've kind of been learning a little bit about. I've been, I guess I've been watching videos about different ideas as far as how to work YouTube in terms of like studying like analytics or just detailed things that don't have to do with, like I said, I'm not going to put thumbnails with half naked women or provocative headlines or things that I'm going to say I'll talk about and then lie to you and have you come in and find out that you spent 30 seconds hearing about something you really don't care about. So I refrain from doing that. I don't want to put tags in it that don't have anything to do with the video either. It's a voice vlog. YouTube is usually mostly for voice video. And the reason I'm not doing that at the moment is because I don't have really the resources to do that. I do have a video camera, web camera on my all-in-one desktop, but it's terrible. And I'm not talking about just the video, the audio isn't to where I want. I mean, this voice memo broadcast that I've been doing, that's what I'm doing this on, has been better than anything else that I could think of to do. So, like I said, as far as comments and criticisms and things like that, if there's things that you like, things that you don't, that's fine. If you got tips and tricks and all that stuff, you can, of course, send me messages, or I think you can. I don't know how you send me messages. It asked me if I wanted to have something. I don't know how to do that. I've been on YouTube a while, but I've never been a content creator and made it. I think this far. I mean, I've made videos, whatever, but So, and it's a different time, so things are different. So, it's 3 hours and 59 seconds. I think I'm going to let this go over a little bit in terms of the 4 hours, only because I kind of want to, I don't know, I kind of want to leave myself some margins a little bit. But thank you. I'm going to say that before we hit the 4 hour mark. Thank you. And so like I said, it's 4 hours, 4 hours and 4 seconds. I think I'm going to go 4:10, maybe 4:15. I'll maybe babble on a little bit longer. Like I said, just try to see if I can push it. But yeah, I think the stress test has been successful. So if this doesn't wind up failing and it makes it to YouTube, which it may not, but if it does, yay, I've done it. I've proven that you don't need to have a bunch of commercials to fill up 4 hours if people are interested in the time. And you also don't need to sell things to people. And you may go, well, can you do this 4 or 5? I probably could do this 4 or 5 days a week, 4 hours straight, although I don't know any broadcasters of even radio stations or whatever that do anything quite like that. Usually they have the benefit of a production and producers and music that they can splice in here and there. They can hire a production team and make skits and all that kind of stuff. And while this is a radio show, I don't know about doing any of those things, man. I will say this though, if who knows in terms of whatever, I've set the tone, I've set the foundation, I've in this radio broadcast and the last one, I believe, I've established the layers, and the overall structure as far as the frame of now where I'm getting to, and fill those in a little bit. As far as the channel, what I want to do, what I'm not going to do, or whatever. But I will say this: of anything and everything that I've said, if there's stuff that kind of strays in no one's perfect. People make mistakes sometimes. In life, we all need to have people that we love and people care about remind us, man, you're being an idiot, or maybe you're on the wrong track. And I'm not saying, people that, are trying to be mean. I'm saying to you, being constructive can be a delicate matter too, but I'm good with that. I'm just simply saying that if I was talking about skits and other productions and things like that, this is wishing upon a star, winning the lottery type of talk at this moment, what I'm saying here. But if it goes beyond that, like whatever, or if I have like the ASMR thing, if I want to do an ASMR thing, maybe just do a different channel altogether. So that way it's different. It's not impeding on anybody who's genuinely subscribed or invested their time in this, and then they have to deal with something that, like, look, I don't, this is what I like. I don't care about this whispering or talking really low or something like that, and or they go like that's more production and editing rather than just the thing that I've talked about, which is important to me and the spirit and the main thing of this channel. And like I said, and keep in mind also a second channel. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I'm saying, the time that I spend here, this is my passion, this is my love, and the only way that I would do an ASMR channel is not going to be, well, let me see if I get some other subscribers and make some. No, if I don't enjoy what I'm doing, I can't put my heart in it, I can't love it, I certainly wouldn't have the stamina to do 4 hours of nonstop talking in a way to stress test this. But if I did have an interest, in terms of doing something else or whatever, that's something that would be a huge consideration. Like I said, if I do just the ASMRs, like I said, I just plan on doing them exactly in the same spirit as this. I would do it in a different category, like I said, in the playlist as far as whatever the videos. I might make them videos, actual videos, and as I plan to do with the vlogs and other content and stuff. But it's I think in terms of the channel, my main focus will be probably just the vlogs, the vlogging. And today is Sunday. I didn't do a timestamp on this, which I plan to do on my vlogs, but the timestamping right now, it is 6:24 Pacific Standard Time on a Sunday, and it is November 10th, 2024. So that's where I'm at. That's what I'm doing right now. Most of what I'm saying right now is just, like I said, I'm just trying to stress it to the 15-minute mark. This is just more for the sake of kind of organization details. I mean, if you're enjoying listening to this, wow, you got the extra points, man. But hopefully no one else is doing anything exactly like this. Hopefully someone who finds in parts or in some kind of enjoying this. Hopefully you can understand me. It's not too there's things I can prove out. Like I said, I'm okay with criticism. I'm fine with that. I'm okay. I've been through the woods in terms of taking quite a lot. I think we all have, right? But it's. I mean, obviously, cruelty hurts. I mean, people are being mean and generally evil and stuff like that. I mean, that's different. I mean, no one should put up with abuse, but at the same time, I don't think criticism and being constructive and all that stuff is abuse. Sometimes, people just have different opinions, and sometimes medicine doesn't always taste so good, and people are telling you things that you need to know, then that's fine. I always say need to know. I mean, you don't, it's important to them, I'm saying, as far as that's concerned, not, but yeah, I think we all know that on the internet things can be interesting. I mean, because like this vlog, I think, not vlog, it's not a vlog, but like this broadcast, you don't see my face. I have a little art thing that I kind of did for the image, and so I hope that didn't get me in any trouble. But yeah, and copyrights and stuff like that are going to be, I can't add any music. I'm not going to put, I mean, I know YouTube can be a stickler when it comes to like the particulars and stuff. There's never going to be any stuff on here that will get me in trouble in terms of that. I don't, I really don't want to even have to, worry about, if I put some music in here, then are they going to like say, well, that's, and if, like I said, if there's people that want to help or whatever, that I mean, that's fine, but I just don't. I'm not putting anybody else's content up. I'm not. I mean, like I said, I think I'm. I know it, I did an image thing for my logo. So, well, it's not a logo, like the page art and stuff like that, and put my I'll put my face, my beautiful face up later or whatever at some point. But I just did that, just, whatever. And some people will probably just like, I don't see anybody. This isn't a video. This is a voice. I'm not doing it. No way, man. This is weird. But yeah. So we're at the 10-minute mark, man. 4 hours, almost 10 minutes, man. 4 hours and 9 minutes. I've done great. I could try to do voices. I can try to do voices. That's how my favorites radio broadcaster has done his real thing, as opposed to maybe what others would consider I'm doing it anyway. But he did a radio program. He did voices, and he would talk to people and do voices, and you think he's actually speaking to someone who's right there in the room. And then he would change his voice and go, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, I was just pointing out that you could do voices on here." I have no idea if that sounded. It probably have to have a. I think he has like microphone modulations. I don't know how to do any of those things, man. I have no idea how to optimize my speaking voice, and hopefully my articulations and speak. See, when it comes to doing like microphone work and announcing, there's a whole lot of stuff that goes inside that. And I'm just, this is a little bit of extra for this next 5 minutes. But in my education, basically, there's different ways to doing voiceovers. Sometimes when you're listening to a voiceover, it's actually the voice that you're hearing, meaning the person sounds like that or they sound very much like that. But then you have sometimes situations where people will actually be speaking, and when you actually meet them in person, you're kind of in for a shock. Aside from the fact that if you've never seen them, which most voice acting and actors are prone to not doing, showing you their faces and such, when you see them, the voice oftentimes doesn't really match. Or at least for me, that's what I've noticed. Because I don't know if it's different for males and females, because there's some voices I've heard on the radio through the years, and they have been like, I pictured them one way, and then when I finally seen them, it was totally different. Same thing with some female voiceovers and announcer, voiceover actors and stuff like that, who I think E.G. Daily, she's a beautiful woman. She's her, and I can't think of it. She's done like cartoons, and some of them are just, it's like beautiful, man. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, what you can do with the voice, you can do with photos. Remember that. You can edit things. And anyways, going back to what I was saying as far as the extra stuff, yeah, it's what the voice sounds like and everything really can have to do with the studio, understanding how to use voice and reverb. I did learn a little bit about that, but not from the engineering technical production side, and I didn't do nearly enough of it to actually have anything of worth as far as how to do some of that other stuff. But I will, and I probably do, and I'm going to if I have any success with this as far as from a standpoint of doing a broadcast. But I'm really excited. I'm really happy with the fact that I've done this. And so we'll see. But yeah. And then, of course, there's the practice. Moistening the lips and making sure that you're absolutely using your mouth to articulate articulate what you're saying and sorry. There's voice things that you have to do too. Obviously, there's different ranges and stuff like that. That's stuff you can kind of fiddle with if you have some kind of processing unit. See, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's 4 hours and 13 minutes. I think the other thing I would say is I think there's ways to do maybe chapters and stuff. I think as far as my stress test, as far as the 4 hours, this is going to be it for right now. If I do anything, I'll be more kind of officially. I don't know when or if I would ever do that. Whatever, got to take some notes and stuff like that. But if I do, which I probably will do, like I said, it may not be necessarily an entire 4 hours. But we'll see how it goes. I kind of want to learn how to do some chapters and stuff like that. So if there is ways to kind of make it where you can maybe even pick where you want to be in terms of content, and maybe do a thing that I've seen which is really cool, is you can do a timestamp thing on the description. I might do that. So it is 4 hours and 14 minutes. I am almost at 4 hours and 15 minutes. So thank you if you made it this long. And that is going to be it until my next vlog. Thank you.